which to a great extent, our economy is natural resource based. So any decision we make needs to keep that in mind. Granted, we need development, but we need to follow due process and never forget that we should not deviate from true sustainable development. The EIA process itself is not sufficient. In some respects, it's deeply flawed, and efforts need to be put in place to strengthen that entire process. So that's all I have on that, Madam President. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Isabel Bennett.
Good morning, Madam President. Good morning, esteemed colleagues. Thanks very much. I will speak to this motion. I would like to say it's a pleasure to be back. It's an honor to serve. And I am ecstatic, excited, and I'm happy for the vision that I'm seeing being placed forward in this House by the People's United Party. Having said that, though, I would also like to thank you for the vision that you have placed forward as the President of the Senate. I always say when people speak a vision, you can have persons that are enabled, that can work that vision with you. And I think this is what the government is doing based on the motion that is here. But before I actually get into the details of what is being presented, please just can I remind the Belizean people of 8 principles that are fundamental to a document as this. When we talk about good governance, we are talking about specific things. It's a process of decision making. And it's a decision making process whereby all persons are involved. Not just the legislation, not just the politicians, not just the Senate. It's every single individual, north to south, east to west, including the key. So when we get up and we speak to the fact that just do it, it's an insane statement simply because the leaders who are chosen by the people is putting forward a vision so that everybody can be involved. And so when the decisions are implemented, it is transposed into the lives of Belizeans so that we can see growth and prosperity, which we have not seen for 12 years. And so, Madam President, let me just quickly, for the purpose of this paper, speaks to the fact that one of the main things that has to happen is participation. And in this particular motion, the government has already identified several layers of participation. When we talk about participation, it can simply mean that, and if you allow me to refer to my notes here, all ages of persons need to be involved. That just doesn't just happen. It has to be built, it has to be formulated, it has to be researched, and every layer of man, woman, all ages, rural and urban persons must be involved so that there can be growth and development for this country, which we need now at this time. We need to be able to use the jargon so that when persons are hearing about the sustainable development goals, me in my kitchen, the Pachacan, or me in my office somewhere down on one of the keys, can know that what I am doing in my home, in my community, is transcending to a greater and better belief. So it just doesn't happen. It takes a process. And you can't give it 59 days or 60 days or whatever it is right now for us to just push through certain things. It means that the rule of law must be involved. What does that mean? It simply means that we have to activate the Constitution and all other legal documents that will enforce a policy or a plan that is sound and that will reach the lives of Belizeans. Whether it's to eliminate poverty or minimize it, whether it's to eliminate corruption or minimize it in any form. It means that we have to be able to use the rule of law. In addition to that, of course, transparency in any decision has to be reinforced at every level. And so I have to understand as a fisherman, when you change the rules and regulations of my fishing market, I need to know how my behavior and how my attitude needs to change in order for there to be, again, greater productivity as well as prosperity for the country. It cannot be that legislations are made or laws are made and I'm down here not understanding what is happening. So it takes time. And so when you have a document that speaks to good governance, and it's being placed in the House as a motion, it speaks to the commitment of the leaders that the people have chosen. And that's why we're here. Responsiveness is another principle that comes out very strongly in this document. Responsiveness therefore means that we need to be able to communicate in a reasonable time frame with those that are involved at all levels of the decision making and those who are going to be implementing the decision. As a matter of fact, it's a grassroots effect, meaning we speak to those at the levels, the different levels of the country, so that we can take their ideas and their input and make it a better situation wherever they are. This document speaks to consensus. It means cultural context, it means a social context, it means the economic context of the country, and of course we cannot overemphasize that right now, given the pandemic that we're facing. Equality and inclusivity. There's no way any man, woman, and child should be left behind. When we talk about good governance, it simply means that we're never supposed to feel excluded from the mainstream of the decision making here at this level. Every Belizean should be able to sit, even a drunken man should be able to sit and discuss what this good governance motion means to them and how their lives will become better as a result of this good governance motion. Accountability cannot be overemphasized. And it's not just accountability for government. It also means accountability for the private sector as well as for the religious sector, because they too hold a responsibility to be able to guide the population to make informed and the best decisions that possibly can for their own personal lives. When you talk about good governance, it's not a concept that was just birthed by this People United Party. As a matter of fact, anybody that stands against this good governance motion, I can say that the whole concept has been in existence from the inception of human existence. And so for you to even consider that it is not in the best interest that this document should be in this honorable house is kind of questionable. Because every single leader, one that has integrity, one that has a vision, one that loves his or her country, will always strive to establish goals so that the people can understand based on what they have provided to him. And so good governance is the process by which this party that the people have chosen need to continue to support in every way. You might say, that's a whole lot of things to strive to obtain. But you know what? It's better to be able to paint a picture so that I can see and I can understand how my personal contribution as a teacher, as a policeman, as a custom officer, how I, in my own capacity as a hairdresser, can help to move my country forward. There's a realistic perception and then there is the ideal. However, if every single Belizean understands this motion and lend their support, their listening ear, they always say that if you take the time to listen, you can understand the commitment behind a document like this. And so I say to this particular document that it's one that we have set a standard, and it's one that I know that the people of Belize will continue to appreciate as they see our commitment to transform this country. I thank you.
I recognize Senator Sheena Pitt.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to make contribution on the motion, and I would like to indicate that my position is not different from my colleague, Senator Perifit, and not from my colleague, Senator Sala, neither my colleague, Senator Bennett. It is my understanding, and I am sure where I am not properly guided, Leader of Government Business, Senator Courtney, will disabuse us all. But if it is we are bringing a motion for good governance, then it means first there is governance that was in place, correct? And then if you say you want good governance, it means that whatever governance was in place was deficient or not good enough. And so in bringing a good governance notion, it means, in tandem with Senator Bennett, that decision-making process must include identifying the areas of governance that are deficient or not good. And so we have here from 1 to 10 what should be the problems in governance that the government intends to solve. And so we see now the government has identified several things which, like Senator Perifit has said, for the large and most part is a continuation of campaigning. But I digress. What I want to point out is what in numbers 1 to 10 can we objectively ask ourselves are the problems in government that need a solution. And then when we go to the be it resolved, we ask ourselves, what in 1 to 8 are the solutions to those 10 problems identified? And I say that to say this. One of the good governance, which is at number 5, ensure that all workers receive fair pay for their work and to implement a livable minimum wage of $5 per hour. Where on the be it resolved is the resolution that addresses that problem? Senator Perifit has said, do it. I hear Senator Isabel Bennett saying, you can't just do it, there is a process. This is the same process that brought us here to the good governance motion, the very same process that informed those who prepared the motion. So then, the process has occurred. We're not circumventing the process. We're saying now here, you have identified a problem. Where is the solution? The platform on which this government was elected, and we cannot discredit the government for having garnered the support it did. I personally congratulate the government for that, because it means that the people who elect them into office, they made a point to say, we need to recenter the focus on people, on us, the citizenry. And so a part of recentering that focus was increasing the minimum wage. And now at the very first opportunity, at a time when our citizens are being without jobs and access to any kind of earnings, most of them for the most part across the sectors, and our people are being faced with a raise in consumer prices at the register, because all of us, we live, we breathe, we eat, and all of us appreciated that what costed a certain amount a couple months ago has drastically changed overnight. The price of Lysol has gone from $12 and $14 to now $18 and $20. So the average person who is barely holding on to access to any kind of earning, and the average person who has $3 and change as their minimum wage is now being forced to afford the rise in prices without the government appreciating that. Having identified a problem of raising the minimum wage, they are not here today to have us deal with any amendment or legislation to say, we are changing the law. I will give you the rise that I said I will give you during campaign, and at least that will help you. So when you go to the cash register, there is some kind of buffer. I'm not saying that is the complete solution, because where are our standards bureau to protect consumers at the register? So what I am saying, Madam President, is this. Identifying problems is great. We can make all the noise we want to in opposition or on the steps or in the field. But what is important is solving the problem. And how have we, through this good governance motion, come to any closer realization that the problem identified as raising minimum wage is being solved? I hear Senator Bennett referring to the process that needs to occur, and you just don't jump to do something. But if I borrow and I reason on her line of argument, didn't we just jump with the supplementary appropriation bill? Weren't they informed of what monies they wanted to bring this bill? On the second reading, it has gone through. Isn't that a jumping, quote unquote? So how is it that we can treat one aspect one way and not everything? And this is not splitting hairs. This is to understand that good governance motion, whether we criticize it or not, and my position is not to criticize for the sake of criticism on the opposition side. My position is this, similar to that saying of accountability, keeping my knees and heels on the neck of the government. You say this is what you want to do, so do it. If we wait and allow this long, elaborate process as is envisaged, then citizenry might very well wait until the end of the expiration of 5 terms to get the $5. No, that cannot be. So the position, as I've stated, is that having a good governance motion in essence is not awful. We appreciate wanting to have a good governance motion. Having a good governance motion would mean then that those who are involved, they have identified problems which they want to solve. So you identify the problems in the whereas from 1 to 10, and you see the resolution from 1 to 8 on the being resolved. And I ask, we say we treat this as a resolution. I read number 3. Take measures to reduce discretionary ministerial powers in order to increase administrative efficiency and eliminate, where possible, political intervention. Madam President, is that telling us how? We can all give lip service to grand ideas. We can all give lip service to any group of words. But what is important here and now and for the Belizean people is how. The Belizean people appreciate that the United Democratic Party has gone wrong. We expect the People's United Party to tell us exactly what that is, and in addition tell us how it is we can correct and or make better. And what we're seeing here is not how we can correct and or make better. What we're seeing here is a collection and consolidation of great words that any one of us can sit together and put together to make it look good on paper. What we need to see is action, and what we need to see is an elucidation of what action will be done. My fellow colleague, Senator Perfit, has said the devil is in the details. He is correct in that what is important is a particularization of how you intend. We have heard nothing about the problems that have been identified and about how those problems will be solved. We've heard they want to pass legislation. We can say that is a way of how the problem can be solved by passing legislation. But Senator Salas has reminded us, first and foremost, we have mechanisms in place already. Is it that the government is saying what is in place already is deficient? If it is deficient, how? You want to pass legislation, what legislation? We have not been provided with any legislation to see what it is they intend to do, how it is intended to work. So really, we are being reduced here in this city, and a disservice to Madam President, to deal with motions without any concrete material to appreciate what this good governance is about. And so we are here left to debate ideas and suppositions and ifs. Senator Bennett referred to ideals versus the ideal versus the realistic. How realistic is this in tying together what the motion is to what will come, or what we can expect to come? How realistic is this? How do we use this? Senator Bennett, and I'm grateful for your presentation. You said each Belizean must be able to say and know how their life, how their respective role in their respective field can contribute to, or what is the relationship between what is going on in the government and them. So, and that is an expression of an appreciation that what we do in government must translate to the citizenry. What we do in government must directly benefit the citizenry. So what we do here must directly benefit them, and we must be able to see it. We must be able to know exactly what. So identifying that the minimum wage must be changed, that is good. That is good. I commend the government for that. But what we are not seeing in their resolution is that they present us with a bill that the minimum wage will be changed, and that affects every Belizean. They will then know that their spending power is a little bit more easy. So yes, I appreciate Senator Bennett's contribution, but let us not be too caught up in idealism and academia and forget that what is important is application. What is important is how this translates to the mandate upon which the PUP were voted into office. How will Belizeans, not their supporters, Belizeans, how will Belizeans feel the benefits of these things? And they're not all bad, you know, Madam President. They're not all bad. But what is short, what is deficient, is that there is no details. We have nothing to go from. So we're expected here today to read some words and agree to it, and then walk away from here. How many persons will know exactly what number 5 entails, especially when it comes to the Public Contracts Commission? How many persons will leave from here appreciating whether or not the jurisdiction of the Commission will not interfere with the jurisdiction of the Office of the Contractor General? How many of us? None of us. Because we don't even have what the solution is. We don't even have a particularization of what is meant to support these resolutions. And so I think it is quite unfortunate to ask all senators to be present and to comment on a debate without more. But you know, Madam President, it reminds me of this. Senator Prevost reminded us that when our roles were reversed, some opposition senators, they raised the alarm and they quarreled, not being provided with the information, not being given details. And you know what? A part of good governance means that you see those old and bad practices, it must stop. If you are committed to good governance, as you say you are, why put us now in a position where we are asking, where are the legislation? Where is the information? How is that good governance? So like my colleague Senator Prevost has said, we are here to determine, to discuss a good governance motion, which is devoid of good governance in its inception because the process is not in keeping with transparency. And so in that I say, I hold the government accountable. And I crave my colleague, leader of opposition business, Senator Courtney, to have us appreciate that if it is we are committed to good governance, then let us conduct this Senate the way it ought to be conducted. Let us, a part of good governance, appreciate that if we are discussing things like these, let us have the bill. Let us read something, let us know how. Let us have the details. And so, Senator Courtney, I ask you with the most genuine and greatest of respect, if it is in your power, and you can, and I would like to believe one all-powerful person that I've come across in this great belief in Senator Courtney, that you will be able to deliver. You will be able to deliver and take us out of the darkness of conducting business as parliamentarians without sufficient information. I am hoping, and I'm charging you respectfully so, that when we return here on any future occasion, the wrongs of the past administration to the opposition does not repeat itself, because it serves us no good purpose to be here without more, and there is no particularization, and we're expected to debate. Madam President, with that, I take my seat.
President.
Senator Eleanor Smith, I recognize.
Thank you, Madam President. I wish to commence my comments on this motion before us, but before I do, I would like to congratulate you on your position, and as well as my other colleagues. Thank you for what you shared with us in your opening remarks. We do appreciate those words. I want to make some comments, Madam President, on the motion before us. And let me first start out by saying that as the NCUCB discussed this motion, we were, in a way, pleased with what is before us, but we had much concern as well. And so I want to share both of those positions. As my colleague spoke earlier, Senator Salah spoke about UNCAC and the joint declarations of the Chamber and the unions and the NGO, and we felt that what we started and some of what we see here do go hand in hand. When we looked at the first section of this motion, we looked at the things like number 3, which speaks to upholding and defending the Constitution and the laws of belief. We know that that should be happening. So this is not anything new for any particular government or for any particular party. This should be the norm. And so we were a bit not sure why it is that in this motion coming before us, it had to speak particularly to the PUP or Plan Belize manifesto. So maybe that can be clarified, Senator Courtney, because we thought that if it's a good governance, then it should be for the country and not for a party in particular. And so putting that there then make it seem as if though it's just for one group. And we want it to be good governance for all of us across the country. So maybe we can get some sort of explanation to that. And again, let me remind that our comments that we make is based on what we have before us, so we don't have access to interpretation, what it is that they want to do, what will come next. We are only discussing what we have before us. So when we look at 5 in terms of the minimum wage, again, that is a matter that many of our workers will be happy with, because as my colleague over there, Senator Pitts, said earlier, due to what we're currently going through, a lot of persons are struggling to survive, and even those persons who are getting a monthly salary still are still struggling because maybe a spouse has lost his or her job. Goods have gone up, and so people are still struggling. So raising the minimum wage would be good, but we have to also consider, Madam President, the current state of affairs. And so I don't know when this is going to happen, but will businesses be able to afford it, and will this cause some businesses or more businesses to have to close down because they won't be able to afford? I don't think that's what we want. I think the intention is to assist the workers in being able to have more money that they can better help themselves and they can better provide for themselves. So these are some of the things that could occur as a result of, and we have to look at those as well. 7 speaks to protecting the identity and the social and cultural values of religions, including indigenous peoples. We thought that by putting indigenous people separately, make it seem as if though they are a separate group, and we are looking at them differently. And so we thought that maybe it should have stuck with at the values of all religions, as opposed to separating groups. Again, as I said, we are only sharing based on what we have before us. 9 spoke about to insist on good and transparent governance. Madam President, I've been teaching for 36 years now. And as a teacher, we know that words are very important, and the way we use words. So if you are telling me that we are going to insist on good governance, what is that telling me? So at the end of 1 year, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, you come to me and you say, listen, well, I insisted, but nobody listened to me and nobody followed me, and so we were not able to achieve X, Y, and Z. So from the beginning, we have to understand that the words that we use determine or give an indication of what it is that we hope to do or we will do. All right, so maybe we can use stronger words to show that these are things that we will diligently work on. We will ensure that these things do occur. Again, I will reiterate that we don't have issues in terms of what is here in terms of the plan or the things that we want to work on, but it's just the manner in which we have them and the details that we don't have. So when we look at again, going back to the living wage, how did we determine $5 is appropriate right now? Was there research done? Who were the persons who were involved in determining this? Those are the kinds of questions that we think would assist us in having a better understanding of where we are. Because workers might never say that 5 is enough. You always want more. But if you have an understanding of how the figure came about, you will be better able to appreciate and accept when something is being placed before you. And again, as was said earlier, when do we expect that we will be seeing the details of what we have here? So as we move to be it resolved, Madam President, just a few comments on some of these ones. First one speaks the passing of legislation to empower Integrity Commission. That is good because as unions, we know that these are some of the things that we have been clamoring for. And we really expect that these things would be done. But again, we are seeing the words here, but we are not yet getting the how these will come about. So we look forward to seeing those so that we can make meaningful contributions to that portion of it. Number 2 speaks to establishing sound systems and good practices. So right away one would ask, well, what do you mean by sound systems? What is sound system? What is good practice? What do you refer to as good practices? Again, just more details that we believe, we need to have to enable us to make better contributions on these matters. To measure or to take measures to reduce discretionary ministerial power. That's a huge one, because we have been saying over and over and over that oftentimes some of the issues that we face are on account of this portion, where our ministers have that power and they can use their discretion. So if it is that we are going to bring something forward to say that this will be reduced, then that's a good start. And we appreciate that one. Again, we want to see those details. 5, I think that was spoken about already. The PAC, again, Madam President, is a huge issue for us. As unions, we fought daily for that, and we hope that we can see the meaningful changes that we need to see to ensure that these things are operating the way they should. Again, we see talk about the internal auditing, which is good because that is needed, and so we agree that is necessary at this time. I want to look a bit at 8, which speaks about the Public Service Commission. And I just want to share, Madam President, just a few situations that we have experienced in terms of Public Service Commission. And again, one of the reasons why we appreciate that there needs to be some change to some of these things. We have, as we have been told, and right so or not, we can be corrected, but since November 5th was the last meeting of the Public Service Commission. And if you allow me, Madam President, just to share again some of our very serious concerns. We have a teacher who recently passed away. She had applied for her benefits over a year, as is the rule that we should do. That teacher has been waiting for over a year to get what is rightfully hers. The teacher passed away recently and did not get her benefits. And we kept calling Public Service Commission, and we kept checking, and to this day we cannot have any answer as to when that commission is going to be meeting, and when those documents will be looked at. So we have to understand that when we look at these things affect the workers. It might not affect the persons who maybe are working on putting legislation in place to make the change, but it affects the workers, and they are affected tremendously when these bodies are not functioning. We also look at Public Service Commission should be dealing with appointments, and we saw where some appointments were made, some acting positions were put in place recently, where those taken through the process if there's not a commission operating. So these are the kinds of things that we have to question, and we have to ensure that if it is that we are going to make the changes that we see here, that we are proposing to make, Madam President, to ensure that there is accountability and transparency, that those things are done as urgently as possible, because what happens in between the period from now until when these come before us? Does it mean that some persons would not really be abiding by these, and they will wait until something is passed for them to abide by what is here? That is not what we want. as was said by other colleagues, this administration was given or was overwhelmingly put in government, given power for a reason. And so we expect that that power would not be taken to say, well, you know what, we have the power and we can do what we want and when we want and how we want. No. It's for the government to say, listen, we have come before you, we placed before you a manifesto, we now brought that to the House and to the Senate. We are saying that these are the things that we will do because we want to see better for our country and our people, and we will ensure that these things are put in place urgently. So as the Trade Union Congress of Belize, again, we applaud what is before us, Madam President. We agree with many of them, but we want to make sure that these are done in a timely manner so that there is no or as little as possible time for persons to be ignoring what is in this document. Because at the end of the day, the public officers, the workers, the entire country would be the ones who would be feeling if we don't implement what it is that we say we implement. Let me, in closing again, reiterate that we believe that these matters are very important. It's good that they came to us, but we want to see the other side of how, in what manner, what will it look like so that we can then have better discussions and we can approve that these can be implemented urgently. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Aldo Salazar.
Thank you, Madam President. I wasn't going to say much, but I believe that, and I'm not going to say much, I wasn't going to say anything, but I believe that there's one thing that we need to clarify, that I'd like to clarify. Because I've heard it said, and I don't want propaganda to get the better of us in opposition, and I don't want it to be understood that we here oppose what is in this. We don't oppose good governance. I heard it said you'd have to be crazy. That's unparliamentary language, and I'm just repeating what was said. We on this side are certainly in support of good governance. So it's not, and I wouldn't want it to be said, that we are opposing what is in here. These are all, I wouldn't even say lofty ideas. These are good ideas. As Senator Salas said, he likes the spirit of it. But a spirit is just a ghost. And what all we are saying on this side is that we want more than just spirit. We applaud a move to good governance, but we want more than just spirit. And all we're saying is that, there are certain, I was talking about low-lying fruit this morning with somebody else, there are certain low-lying fruit, there are quick wins, there are benefits that could have been immediate, for example, the minimum wage issue. I mean, Senator Bennett made it seem as, we're not trying to get anybody to Mars, a rover to Mars. How difficult it is to change from $3.30 to $5. It's something that was promised. So how difficult can it be to do that? So these are things that we would expect that, based on the promises that were made, that we would expect to see them come to fruition. And I was reminded while I was driving down this morning, as I was passing the junction by Mahogany Heights, there's a big sign there that says $5 minimum wage. It's a big blue and white sign. I was reminded of it this morning. And all I'm saying is, the things that we can do now, let's do it so that when I pass that junction, I'm only reminded of one broken promise and not two. That's all we're saying. Yeah.
I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
I raised to make some brief good governance in Belize motion 2021. And I'll make them very brief, Madam President. I'm glad that the government has stated its intention in the motions in terms of the types of reforms it intends to carry out through its term. I think you mentioned earlier, Madam President, that about the reforms of 2000 that the then administration had carried out. I was also very involved in the Finance and Audit Reform Act of 2005. And I think, you know, that reforms are the easy part. Bringing the bills and passing them in the legislature is easy. The difficulty is to ensure that the intentions of these reforms, of these proposed changes, materialize. We've seen massive violations between 2008 and current of the Finance and Audit Reform Act, of many of the reforms that we had spent so much time in bringing to this honorable legislature. I would hope that when we look at effecting these measures through the various legislations, that we will seriously consider the structures to ensure that they are complied with. I think that has been the fundamental weakness that we've been seeing, and quite frankly, it has been extremely frustrating from the business community, from the business organizations, to have spent so much time lobbying, so much time working on these various reforms, just to see an outright disregard for them, for many of them, by the administrations. I don't want to sound cynical. I just want to be real with my colleagues this morning. I think we are getting a little tired of the cycle in terms of going through these processes. We hope that there is real intention to make those changes. There's reforms, and then there's the real change. Like I said, the bills are easy. Passing the bills in Parliament are the easy part. It's not difficult at all. But it's ensuring that the government of the day complies with what we have in this legislation. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Bevan-Cal.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, with your indulgence, I want to also congratulate you on being selected as the President of the Senate. And I'm sure that this Honorable Senate will be always kept in order under a watch. And I will also assure you that I will do my part, you know, to follow the rules and the standing orders of this Honorable House. Madam President, I want to make my comments in support of this motion presented today. This clearly shows the Belizean people, Madam President, that this PUP government is serious about good governance and bringing justice to the Belizean people. On which that is something that the Belizean people, especially the young people, have been clamoring for the last 13 years. And I must say that we now have hope under this People's United Party government that we will bring all of those injustices and have justice to the Belizean people. And I must associate myself with my colleague Senator Bennett when she said it's a process. Senator Perry said, do it. We're not there yet, Senator Perry. It's a process, and I hope when we bring it, you will support us And also, like how you always tell the Belizean people, if you break the law, then you go into jail. I hope you, Senator Perifit, will also tell your colleagues that when the time comes, when we come and present the laws to this Honorable Senate, that you will support us, and also tell your colleagues that have broken the law before, that have raped this country, tell them that you go in the jail too. So
Keep it, Senator. Senator, just keep it to the motion, please.
it is regarding the motion, good governance motion, Madam President. Like I said, Madam President, the People's United Party signed on this before election, and now we're bringing it to this Honorable Senate to show the Belizean people how serious we are. It's not, just saying it like the UDP, and after election they hide their manifesto. No, we're bringing it here to put on the record that we're serious to uphold the law. We will be effective and efficient. We will be transparent, and we will be sound to the accountability and the financial management of this country. So with that said, Madam Speaker, Madam President, I fully support this motion.
Yes, we recognize Senator Erica Jang.
Morning, Mr. President. With the absence of Madam President, I would still like to, however, congratulate her on her new post. I would also like to welcome the opposition, and I'm sure that you have your part to do, and together, as good Belizean citizens, we're actually here to make good judgment on behalf of our people. I would also like to thank my team, and I am honored. I'm also honored that I am here on behalf of this great team, and that we will be able to work together in order to implement good governance for our people as well. Mr. President, I stand to support the motion of good governance. It is said, can I refer to my notes? Sorry. It is said that the definition of good governance, one in particular, it depends on goals to be pursued with regards to social, political, and environmental aspects. And when we talk of this, it simply explains that when good governance is existed, it is not only for one person, it is for man, it is for women, and it is also for children. No one should be deprived. It is important, and I support good governance. There is a phrase that is said, if something not broke, you don't need to fix it. But if it's broken, then we need to do some adjustments. And that is why we're here in this honorable house. I'm looking at good governance, being able to link not only this situation, but actually all levels of government with regards to town councils, issues that happen there. We want to look at good governance with village councils. We want to look at good governance with different corporations. And in the end, it will have economic benefit for all. Madam Speaker, it is important that the people of this country be given the best option of life. It is important that after all these years of suffering, we now stand here to make sure that what has done will not continue. And hence, today we stand to support the motion of good governance. Thank you.
I'm compelled to make a few general comments and then to respond specifically to some of the things that were said. It is important for me to repeat that the purpose behind this motion is to put on record in the House of Representatives and the Senate the intention of the People's United Party to implement the good governance agenda that it adopted by a resolution of the National Party Council that found its way into our manifesto plan beliefs and which was endorsed by 58.8% of the electorate on the 11th November 2020. This, Dano, the best is yet to come. I repeat, and in answer to those who ask why is it that there is in the motion the third recital, which says, and whereas all 26 duly elected members of the House of Representatives covenanted to, and then it sets out 10 covenants that were made. The purpose is clear. The Honorable Prime Minister called on these elected representatives who had signed that covenant prior to the election to bring it now to the National Assembly, since the people sent you all here. Put it in black and white on the records of the House of Representatives and this Honorable Senate. I don't understand why the other side have a difficulty in holding the People's United Party representatives to these covenants. Is it that they can't hold themselves to these covenants? This, Madam President, members of the Senate, is a step in the right direction. To Honorable Senator Pitts, you craved, you implored us to provide the details. We were criticized that the spirit, not our ghost. This is our reform agenda. This is what was in the manifesto. The manifesto is now the plan of action for the government. And so, in the days and the weeks, months to come, you will get the details. You will get the bills. You will get the amendments. And I assure you, and all the senators, and Senator Salas brought it up, that under this administration, we will be working the Senate in a different way, in a transparent way, in an open way, and in committees. We are fully well aware that there is no rock here. We do not have a majority, and therefore it is necessary for us to build a consensus, and that is our intention. Against that background, Madam President, I want to make some specific responses. And before that, let me say this. We are under no illusion of how difficult this ambitious agenda is. But with the help of God, the support of the Belizean people, and doing what is right by our people, we will make every effort to achieve this agenda. Because, as we say in the very beginning of the resolution, the people of this great nation deserve a better Belize, deserve good governance, and deserve to once again live in a truly democratic nation where the rule of law is of paramount importance. I listened with interest to Senator Perafit on the Elections and Boundaries Commission. And I won't go into detail. We will not involve ourselves in any debate about it now. I will simply ask him to be a messenger and to take the message of Senator Salas. The question of the Elections and Boundaries Commission is larger than any one person. Tell Steve Pereira it is larger than any one person. How is it that every UDP member of the Election Commission and Boundaries Commission resigned? The PUPs resigned, but the Emperor saying he never resigned. He has a chance. As Mr. Price always used to say, it is never too late to do what is right. Take the message, Mr. Perifete, Senator Perifete, to Mr. Pereira. It is larger than any one person. We welcome Senator Salas the opportunity to look at the Jamaica legislation in when we seek to reform the Elections and Boundaries Commission. The whole question of indigenous rights. We have a ministry, we have a minister that has been assigned cabinet constitutional responsibility for indigenous people. And Senator Smith, I say this to you, it is the People's United Party that signed the 10-point agenda that recognized the different rights and benefits of indigenous people that we have been seeking to implement and that has been frustrated for the last 13 years under the United Democratic Party government. We make no apology to say that the Prime Minister decided to create a cabinet position to address the implementation of the CCJ judgment that recognizes the right of the indigenous people to customary land title. The People's United Party will give life to that judgment, and we will implement the decision of the Caribbean Court of Justice under the leadership of the Honorable Dolores Valderramos Garcia. Madam President, $5 minimum wage. I'm not sure whether we could do it or not do it now. Some people say business and shut down. Some people say that low-hanging fruit, just do it. $3.50 to $5. What's so easy? You had 13 years to do it, and you didn't do it. You build a road to nowhere, but you don't want the $5. $15 million for foreign affairs building, and we can't fit in there, but you don't give them $5 to the people. Madam President, the $5 minimum wage measure, the commitment and covenant of the People's United Party in that regard is a matter that we hold sacred. We recognize that that is an attempt to address the commitment by the People's United Party to reduce poverty from 50% created under the United Democratic Party to 50% of it in 10 years. This is designed to help and assist the poorest of the poor, the marginalized in our society. We are equally aware that it is going to have an effect on the cost of doing business. And so under the leadership of the Honorable Oscar Rekenya, we will appoint a commission to look into this matter, to hold consultations, and to design a way for the implementation of it so that the poorest of the poor can have a better standard of living under the People's United Party. It is interesting, very interesting, that reference is made to the Public Service Commission. You hear how long the Public Service Commission hasn't met? But you know, Senator Salas, what is an amazing thing? We get in a government, and the one thing we find is all kind of people who had contract, not upon permanent establishment. Contract for years, getting gratuity. And in a 2020, Public Service Commission could meet and all of a sudden make them permanent on the establishment. But the Public Service Commission can't meet to deal with people who have needs. The Public Service Commission, Senator Perifit, as you would know, is another one. They never resigned. The last point I want to make is this, because Senator Perifit insinuated, if not outright question, our sincerity. Do it! Do it! Beat the chest. He research. He call. He investigate. He look into this. 107. How could they dare assign controller of customs to 107 without complying with the Constitution? You read the Constitution. Let me help you. Call me, text me. When you have a doubt, contact me. Reference CS stroke PSC stroke 2 stroke 01 stroke 2020. Office of the Prime Minister, letterhead. You listening? Secretary of Public Services Commission, Ministry of the Public Service and Constitutional Reform, Sir Edney King Building, Belmopan. I write on behalf of the Prime Minister in relation to the above reference matter, the designation of the Office of the Controller of Customs. Pursuant to Section 107(1) of the British Constitution, the Governor-General, acting in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister, given after consultation with the Public Service Commission, may, subject to the provisions of the British Constitution, designate any office as one to which Section 107(1) applies. Furthermore, pursuant to Section 107(2) of the power to appoint persons to hold or act in offices to which Section 107(1) applies is vested in the Governor-General, acting in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister. Please be advised that the Prime Minister intends to advise the Governor-General that the Office of the Controller of Customs be designated an office to which Section 107 of the British Constitution applies. Therefore, advising the Governor-General, the Prime Minister hereby seeks your views on the above-mentioned intended advice to the Governor-General by responding to this letter by no later than the 29th December 2020. An early reply would be appreciated. Sincerely, His Excellency Stuart Leslie, Cabinet Secretary. Do not come to the Senate and say that the Public Service Commission was not consulted. They were consulted. The Public Service Commission, as it has been said here before, has not responded up to today's date. Let me tell you this. Listen carefully.
Senator.
You know, and Senator Pitts will help you with this if you are not sure about it, that is a fundamental principle of administrative law, that you write to the designated person, you give them an opportunity, and if they choose not to respond, you move forward. We are not waiting on the UDP-controlled Public Service Commission. They were consulted, they did not respond. We complied with our duty under the Constitution. The office was lawfully designated and the controller is lawfully appointed. What the Latin call quod erat demonstratum, quite easily proved. Madam President, I thank you. Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order number 10.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour though opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour though opposed. All those in favor, kindly say aye. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
President, I move that whereas Standing Order 26 of the House of Representatives provide for a motion to be moved with the permission of Madam Speaker, and whereas Belize is a free, democratic, and independent nation thanks to the sacrifice and service of many people, but more particularly the Right Honorable George Price, Father of the Nation, and whereas we believe that it is right and proper to honor the Father of the Nation, the Right Honorable George Price, by designating his birthday the 15th January, day of January, is a public and bank holiday to memorialize his sacrifice and efforts in the achievement of this great nation's independence. And whereas today Belize is a beautiful tapestry of peoples of diverse ethnicities and culture, and whereas we wish to mark the importance of the emancipation of slaves in Belize on the first day of August 1834, when many of the ancestors of our fellow Belizeans of African descent were freed from their shackles, who continued in their service as the free persons to build what is today this great nation. And whereas history records that the people of Belize, including the indigenous people of Belize, were never conquered by the Spanish, and as such, we wish to celebrate their heritage and also the cultural diversity of the great people of Belize by either removing the 12th day of October as Columbus Day and redesignating that day, and establishing a committee to do so, and to review all other public and bank holidays. Now therefore be it resolved that 1. The 15th day of January shall be a public and bank holiday in honor of the late Right Honorable George Price, the Father of the Nation, and be celebrated as George Price Day. The first day of August shall be a public and bank holiday to mark the importance of the emancipation of slaves in Belize, and be celebrated as Emancipation Day. And the 12th day of October shall no longer be celebrated as Columbus Day, and it is to be redesignated by a committee to be formed with a review to review the same and all holidays.
I recognize Senator Michael Perfy.
Madam President, as I take it, it's a motion with three parts, right? The motion with three parts, and number 2 being 1st of August to be a public and bank holiday to mark the importance of the emancipation of slaves in Belize and be celebrated as Emancipation Day. I noticed a notice put out by the Minister of Home Affairs that said it would be Freedom Day, but it will officially be Emancipation Day. I can take it from that. I don't see, Madam President, how anybody could have a difficulty with that. Number 3, the 12th of October shall no longer be celebrated as Columbus Day and to be redesignated by a committee to be formed to review the same and all holidays. Once again, Madam President, I don't have a difficulty with not celebrating a conqueror and a pillager, and for us to think of a better way to give ourselves a holiday on the 12th of October. So as I take it, the 12th of October will no longer be Columbus Day, but by the 12th of October it may be named something else, and there will be a committee in place to determine that along with all other holidays. And then we have number 1 with George Price Day. And I do want to say something on that, Madam President. Madam President, about 20 years ago, I was in church on a Sunday. I said 20 years ago, man. 20 years ago, I was in church on a Sunday in Barbados. And if you're familiar with our beautiful sister country, they have a lot of churches. And there's one particular one that's very close to the tourist area of the country, which is hard not to be a tourist area in Barbados, but this one was like extra close. The priest had this habit of at the end of the service, because he knew that many foreigners would go to that church, he would stand at the door and he would greet you as you're leaving. So him guessing that I was not Barbadian, he asked me where I was from. And I said, Belize. And the priest said, yes, Belize. George Price, right? George Price. And I said, yes, George Price, indeed. I give that story, Madam President, because I don't want anybody to make any mistake about it. In that moment, I recognized that the man, certainly an iconic figure, both locally and internationally. And while no one is perfect, including him, there is no doubt that what he has meant for Belize, what he obviously continues to mean for Belize, there's no doubt that that is well deserved, and no doubt that he's an accomplished individual. And for those reasons, Madam President, we thought that the accomplishments of this outstanding Belizean merited him being named a national hero. And I don't think that, as far as national heroes go, that anybody can say that he doesn't fit the proper description of a national hero, because that's what he is. But Mr. Price, and I've had the privilege to meet the man a couple of times, Mr. Price was also a politician. And we need to be very careful that we don't set the precarious precedent of singling out politicians from your own party for national recognition. We need to be very careful. What we did when we were in government, we established a Heroes Day and Benefactors Day. And what we did is that we told the nation that there is a day, and that day still exists to this day, March 9th, when we celebrate all of our national heroes and all of our benefactors and all those who have contributed greatly to the country of Belize. So, Madam President, Mr. Price already has his day when he is celebrated as a proper national hero, as he should be. We have two national heroes. And of course, depending on who you ask, it's a subjective test to see who is more hero than the next one. For different reasons, people would take different positions. So to be safe, since one of them was put there by the UDP and one by the PUP, we celebrate both of them on one day, because then their contributions should be above the fray. Your contribution should be so universal for the country that we don't need to single any one of them out and to create any debate. To single out one of them, one of the national heroes, without saying, look, you have a George Price there. We believe his contributions were so great that he deserves a day. Well, then why not Philip Gorson Day? Why single out one politician? Why single out this person as accomplished as he is? As accomplished as he is. We already have a day that we celebrate all of our heroes and benefactors, and we already have a day when all Belizeans can celebrate all of them together. This now, the People's United Party, is tampering with the mystique of George Price. They're making it partisan. And I think it reduces Mr. Price. It doesn't elevate him. I would say, Madam President, we already have a day when all UDPs, all PUPs celebrate our national heroes, whether they're UDP or PUP. Leave well alone. That's my presentation, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Bishop Alvin Benglisher.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And Madam President, like the other senators and especially from the church, I want to take the opportunity to congratulate you. I know that you have an association with the Wesley College, and that association, especially in the way you have conducted yourself as a lecturer, has been very special to us in the Methodist body. But I congratulate you, especially on behalf of the church community. Today I want to speak on behalf of this bill, the designated holidays, and especially, Madam President, I would like to perhaps just quickly say that as I speak on the aspect of the 15th of January to be a public and bank holiday in honor of the Right Honorable George Cadle Price, let me just quickly say that when I was a boy growing up in Ladyville, walking 4 miles to school, I would see this Land Rover pass from time to time. And eventually, the person in that Land Rover recognized that this little boy was walking to school covering 8 miles per day. And thereafter, when the gentleman in the Land Rover and his driver recognized that perhaps this was too much of a sacrifice for a little boy walking to school, he would eventually stop and pick me up ever so often. That is my story of the humility of the gentleman who I recognized at that time as the premier of the country. I have never forgotten the experience and the sacrifice he made in picking up this little barefoot boy in his Land Rover and would take him to school. And there were some evenings when, after being a little rude and spending extra time at school, even though I was told to report back home immediately, there were times when he would also pick me up in the evening. And his words were always, "Be a good young man and make sure that you do well at school." I will never forget that. In fact, I hope in time to come it will be a part of my own story in writing. I say that to say, Madam President, that the intent in which I will now share is not to stifle the granting of a holiday for one of the fathers of the nation. But what must be observed, of course, is, and what is important especially in the way it is being presented today, is what was the procedure in bringing this forward? Who was consulted? What consultations took place insofar as coming to where we are now? And I think those things are important for us because it spells the way forward as to the level of consultation that must take place in some things. I do recognize that the minister with the authority does have that authority to make some provision. But at the same time, I believe that it is also very important that some level of consultation be held in this regard. I also take note that my colleagues on sitting with me, and I don't necessarily want to speak for them, but in the granting of this holiday, we have to take some, if consultations are properly held, we have to take into consideration the private sector, commerce, holiday involved, employees, employer, how all that will mix into what needs to take place. In other words, then, the complete finish of and the complete package. And so it is also important, I think, that perhaps we be mindful of these things. And of course, I would also want to say, what happens down the road later on when another group wants to advocate for somebody else because they want to recognize them in having a holiday for them. And so we have to be careful what kind of precedence is set in this regard. I thought that perhaps it is important for me to share in that way. I want to emphasize again that it is important for me to say that this individual is a very important individual to the nation, to me personally, but we also have to take those important things into consideration, and consultation, etc., in bringing forward a bill of this nature. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Sheena Pitt.
Madam President, it is not my intention to debate
the designation of new holidays and special days. However, I think it is important for us to make some crucial observations, having just come through the motion of good governance. We have heard Senator Benguche speak to inquiring what procedure, what consultation, and to this I am redirected to Senator Bennett when she said, the procedure, it's a process. And so we're here asking, what process has been undertaken in coming to this conclusion? And you know why I say conclusion? Madam President, we are here discussing this designation of new holidays to not. Prior to now, there was a most previous press release that indicated the position of the government, which was unfortunately, it bore the signature of Senator Perifit, as he then was the Attorney General. They quickly had to retract it and then reissued it under the signature of the Minister for Home Affairs. I have the papers here if you would like to see them. But that is not the point. The point is this. The point is that we're here to discuss the designation of new holidays when it has already been determined that there will be those new holidays. Like Senator Perifit has said, no one would object to the designation of August 1st, Emancipation Day. I welcome that. We have long fallen short of having that as a holiday. On the 30th of December 2020, I believe by Gazette number 311, page 444, are we aware that it has been gazetted that come Friday we will be celebrating the national holiday for the Right Honorable George Price? So what are we doing here? That has already been decided. It has already been gazetted. Senator Bennett, we want to know. We agree with Senator Bennett. Where is the process? What procedure? Who was consulted? But I am not standing here to say that I am objecting to the designation of any holiday in theory. And I say this because there is a Latin term, primus inter pares. For my other colleagues, it means first among equals. And I understand that they might want to treat one or two of us first among equals, but it is constrained by the term equal. And so that is where I stop in relation to that. I will not speak on the Right Honorable George Price. He deserves his designation and he deserves his holiday on the National Heroes and Benefactors Day. I am not here joining my colleague, Senator Perifit, to say, oh, well, if you give him a day, then give Honorable Philip Golson a day. That is the quintessential floodgate argument. No. What I am here to say is that there is that day designated already, the March 9th, and we need to ask ourselves whether or not there was truly a need to designate a new holiday for whom some of us want to treat primus inter pares, and whether or not, like Senator Benguche has said, what consultation. And I said all of that just to have us appreciate that we are here to discuss something, to debate something that has already been a foregone conclusion. The Gazette is out there. This Friday, everybody knows that we will have a holiday. Employers, we have to pay our employees whether we like it or not. That kind of consultation to inform the government the financial ramifications of introducing new holidays, that wasn't done. I go to number 3, the 12th day of October. I join with Senator Perifit and everyone who can acknowledge that Christopher Columbus or Combosos or however we want to call him, as Muta Baruka has said, it is now right for us to agree that we do not designate a day in his name. Again, I say, the Gazette dated 30th December 2020. Do we all know that that Gazette, quite contrary to what is stated there, what is stated here is the 12th day of October shall no longer be celebrated as Columbus Day and is to be redesignated by a committee to be formed to review the same and all holidays. Senator Perry clarified that that means the day will still be there, but not named Columbus Day, and that by the time we get to there, we will know what the new name is. But that Gazette is in contradiction to that clarification or the statement. That Gazette does not even have on October 12th. It does not include October 12th as a holiday any at all. It has been removed. And perhaps and I am most measured in my presentation here today, and I will always invite us to be patient in being disabused by the leader of the government business as to why this is being handled in this way. We are saying that we will redesignate the day. We are saying that the day is still there, but we have the Gazette that removes the day. We are doing this when the Gazette has already done that. This is to not. No, much further than that. I tie in an aspect of the good governance motion with this. The good governance motion says, to protect the identity, dignity, and social and cultural values of Belizeans, including indigenous peoples. Here I share Senator Smith's observation. To stop and say including indigenous people is to appreciate that at first we don't think them to be one of us. They are not Belizeans. But that aside, if that is the premise of good governance, and this is the stage we're at where there is already a Gazette, and I say this with most sincerity, I don't know how I would feel if I were a Maya, knowing that this was a right opportunity for the government to say, if I am redesignating that holiday, I redesignate it to Indigenous Peoples Day. Why not? Did the government not take the opportunity, as they have already, not recognize our indigenous people, the Mayas, and give them the redesignation, which is most deserving of that group of people? And again, I stop to say this is not the floodgate argument. If you give the Maya Day, you want to give Creole Day, you want to give Mestizo Day. No. Indigeneity by definition only includes the Mayas. And we will not be the first country. All over the world they have designated October 12th as Indigenous Peoples Day. So this is to send us to a committee to determine the designation when the day has already been wiped off the calendar. At which time I don't know when we would have consulted. But here, we should appreciate that we are pretending that there was a process, and we are now pretending that this is a process, and we are pretending that this process means something. We are here masquerading for Belizeans that good governance is at play. Good governance was lost when that Gazette was published and made October 12th disappear. Good governance was lost when that Gazette was published and made already January 15th a national holiday. And I join and I repeat my fellow colleagues My position here, or our position, is not to oppose. Our position is keeping our knees and feet on the neck to say, if there is a process involved, and if there ought to be a process involved, then let us follow that process, not circumvent it, not bring us here to argue a motion that has already been decided, that no matter what we say here, a decision has already been made. And so, Madam President, with that I say, I implore the government, we don't need to go to a committee to redesignate or find a name for the holiday. There was even a circulation that it would have been redesignated Dia de la Raza. Dia de la Raza means Day of Races. Why would we, in redesignating the day, in rejecting the idea of this pillager, rapist, and murderer, but still align ourselves with a Spanish European construct of Dia de la Raza, where the priest, I believe, who one day said, oh my, I feel so bad, we've done this to these people. Let's have Dia de la Raza where the colonizers and the conquered can share and walk shoulder to shoulder and enjoy yourself. No, October 12th ought not to be redesignated Dia de la Raza. If we want to redesignate October 12th, Indigenous Peoples Day, include the Mayas. I agree with the leader for government business. The fight against our Maya, it must stop. And it has come to a stop by his word, and that their rights will be recognized to the fullest of the judgment from the CCJ, separate and apart and independent of recognizing Maya land rights. We must also recognize in a meaningful way the Mayas as part and parcel of our Belizean identity. It is part of our tourism product. It is part of what brings people to our nation. And we cannot, by circumventing the process, in dealing with October 12th as a redesignation, not automatically identify it as Indigenous Peoples Day. And so with that, Madam President, I take my seat. And in taking my seat, I just want to repeat, we are here for naught. The Gazette has already been out. Friday will be that holiday.
I recognize Senator Salas.
Yeah, Madam President, thank you. I would like to preface my comments on this motion by saying that I think every Belizean, most Belizeans, my age and older, more than likely had an encounter with the late George Gale Price, and can very likely relate an anecdote as my colleague, Senator Bishop English shared. I have my own set of examples. The fact is that the late George Gale Price was our first minister, our first premier, our first prime minister. Nobody else can lay claim to that. From my growing up and my encounters and everything I've read, he was a force to reckon with, was larger than life. He led our efforts to secure our political independence against all odds. Nobody else can lay claim to that. So I have no problem with supporting the creation of a special day, as the motion says, to memorialize his sacrifice and efforts in the achievement of our country's independence. However, I must also say that there was no need for this motion, and I'll explain. The Holidays Act specifically Section 9 empowers the minister to appoint special days to be observed as public and bank holidays. So, really and truly, there was no need for this motion. But I guess we can also say that it's a good thing that this is here because it gives us the opportunity, as my colleagues before me have said, to make some very important points. And the one I want to focus on is the one having to do with process. The key part of this motion, for me, the most important, is the one that refers to the establishment of a committee to review all public and bank holidays. This is what should have been done first. So, in a manner of speaking, we are putting the cart before the horse. We need to look, and one other observation I have with the Holidays Act is that up to 2011, what we have is that the first schedule, public holidays, and the second schedule, bank holidays, are exactly the same. The very same 13 days. So now what we have is an opportunity to do a comprehensive review of the Holidays Act. Now, if I could come back to the late, great George Cadle Price. Whilst I said that a special day is well deserved, highly warranted, did it need to be a day where we close down the entire country? Public and bank holiday? Couldn't it have been a public day where the banks, businesses remain open, but our public service, our students, engage in a day of service, for example, as a way to memorialize the sacrifice of George Cadle Price, who was about service, service above self. My worry, my preoccupation is that those much younger than me may not understand, may not grasp the extent of the sacrifice of George Cadle Price, the extent of everything that went into the independence movement and what that meant for Belize then and now. So focus on building awareness during such special days. You give a holiday where all the businesses close down, etc. What do we do? Well, I mean, these days we stay at home because of the pandemic. But on normal times, we go to the beach, we go drink with our friends, the borders reopen, we flock to Chatham Hall, Melchor de Mencos. George Cadle Price is the last thing in our mind. So, to me, I find that counterproductive. If we want indeed to memorialize his sacrifice, then we honor him by engaging in a day of service. So it is important for for a committee to be put in place to do a comprehensive review. Now, the pandemic has created huge challenges for the country. That if we look at the tourism industry, the only thing we have to talk about is the local tourism that we have, which cannot be the saving grace for the industry, but it's something during this very difficult time. This new decision by the CDC, which I referred to earlier, will make it even more challenging for us. So it is important to do all we can to promote local tourism. And one way to do that is to have some long weekends. But we need to consider which days, Friday or a Monday. This is the type of deliberation that we need to engage in to guide us in making changes to the holidays and the list of holidays and the purpose of the individual holidays. So I think we may have missed the point, but I like the fact that the government does intend to set up such a committee. That is enormously important that we do that. In principle, as I mentioned, I'm fully supportive of a George Price Day. I'm completely supportive of an Emancipation Day. And many of us in the NGO community, as my colleague Senator Pitts has referred to, would like to see October 12th focusing on celebrating the indigenous people of Belize. And again, keep in mind, when we say holidays, we are used to having public and bank holidays where we don't go to work. It doesn't have to be that way. My colleague, Senator Bishop Benguche, referred to the economic impact that holidays can have. Could be negative, but with careful consideration, we could make it positive. With that, Madam President, I thank you.
I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Madam President, I rise to make a few remarks on the motion on a proposed George Price holiday that will be celebrated on January 15th and the proposed Emancipation Day on August 1st. Madam President, most people like holidays. Most, if not all, including myself, would find it very difficult to quarrel with a special day or a public and bank holiday for Mr. Price. Because like my colleague said previously, the man really did a lot in his country in terms of sacrifices, in terms of leading the country to independence. In fact, many countries celebrate the person who led the country to independence, celebrate their birthday as a holiday. It's also difficult to quarrel with a day that is celebrated as a public and bank holiday, as Emancipation Day on August the 1st. Given the terrible and immoral savagery of slavery and remembering all the long road that we had come from. The problem, Madam President, is the cost. The lead time and the process for declaring these holidays. The business community takes the brunt of this. We're still in the throes of the effects of COVID-19 and the effects of the two hurricanes, Eta and Lota, last year. It's been a tough year for business, extremely tough year for business. I know that the present administration has reached out to the business community on several occasions in terms of trying to talk to us about how they can address certain issues, but I would not think that the feedback they've gotten from us would be that we need an additional holiday to pay for another unproductive day. Many sectors are earning virtually zero. I think about the tourism sector, the local airlines, the airport taxis, tour guides, and then many products such as beer, soft drinks. Yesterday evening I was listening on the news where the dairy producers were saying that sales have been down, and how they go about not so that they don't have to dump all this product is they're making extra cheese, but there's only so much that the local population can consume. And so it has been difficult, Madam President, extremely difficult. just to try to weather the storm. The business community has been taking on debts. Debts that will affect its competitiveness for the next 4 to 6 years. This is not a struggle that we brought on, it's something that we have to deal with. And we are dealing with it. But we want to impress on the government that try not to make this struggle a little more difficult than it needs to be. Holidays really don't help the situation right now. But this is what we have in these holidays. We will lose production, like I said, and for those sectors that must work, they will need to increase costs. For example, if you have 100 employees and you need them to work on that day, it's like paying 150 employees for the day because you have to pay them time and a half. In my sector, the BPO sector, we pay twice the rate. So if I have 100 or 200, if I have 200 agents, it's like paying 400 persons to work a day, but I need to do that because I'm working for foreign clients. I cannot tell them that I'll close for a day because they need service and we've contracted to provide these services. Just to outline how bad this is, Madam Speaker, with respect to an additional designation of holidays, actually 2 holidays, and I heard Senator Pitts mention that the Gazette does not include October 12th as a holiday, but the motion is not saying that. The motion is saying that it's still on the table, and so that might be a holiday as well. So we're talking about 2 additional holidays. But no, January will have 2 holidays. May, 2 holidays. April has 3 holidays. September has 2 holidays. And December has 2 holidays. Almost half of the months in a year has at least 2 holidays. Again, this type of situation, Madam President, really does not help the private sector competitiveness in the East. And we have to compete every day. We have to compete with businesses in Central America. We have to compete with businesses in the Caribbean. It is really something that we have to look at closely. And I'm not even taking into account other days. We have 16 sick days that our unproductive employees can utilize 16 days of sick days. In addition, there's another 10 days vacation day, at least 10 days vacation day. Where are we there? 30, 40 days? Possible days that are unproductive. Madam President, these types of concerns could have been ventilated had the government elect to consult with us through the tripartite process. There's a tripartite body which is the mechanism to ventilate these types of issues. So I've stated what the problem is, the difficulty for us, Madam President. I also want to propose an amendment, perhaps, to the Holiday Act that can help us address some of these issues. Firstly, I'd like to propose that no newly enacted holiday can come into effect or have payroll implications for a period of 365 days after they've been declared. Again, This will help this will help companies who have already gone through the budgetary process to plan for these extra costs. That's the only reason why we'd have this type of notice period. Secondly, we'd like a ceiling on these holidays. If we're looking at 2 additional holidays this year, and still include the October 12th, we'd be looking at 15 holidays. If the October 12th, like what Senator Pitts mentioned, is not included, then there are 14 days. We would like to ask that there's a ceiling at least 14 holidays, not more than 14 holidays. And so there's no problem with us in terms of declaring new holidays. We could declare the holiday, that's fine. But let's find one that we can eliminate, not just add to them, because this will get out of hand, like what the previous senators had mentioned earlier, could easily get out of hand. And like I mentioned, there's a significant cost. The third point or suggestion I'd like to make, Madam President, is that no new public and bank holiday can be declared without the agreement of the tripartite partners, perhaps through the Labor Advisory Board. Again, we are the ones who are affected. It does have an impact. I would hope that we could be brought into this process a little more than we have. As I mentioned, Madam President, our issue with this bill is we support all the contributions. We appreciate all the contributions of Mr. Price. I don't think anybody could quarrel with that. But we would like that there's a process that we go about for it, that we look at the cost implications of it. We are not an island economy where we have to go there and compete with others. We are not in isolation. Everything has implications. And so I would hope that through these consultations, before this type of declaration in the future is made, that perhaps we could talk about these issues and come up with something that is acceptable to the parties who will be affected. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Aldo Salazar.
Madam President, just briefly, I'd like to as well raise the issue. I think Senator Salas and I were thinking quite the same thing. I looked at the Holidays app when I got this a few days ago, and the legal position is right now is that the minister has already made an order which creates a holiday. So regardless of what we have to say, regardless of what the 44 of us, including the lower house, had to say, the legal position is that there is already a George Price Day. The 12th of October is already gone, and we're here, like my colleague said, to not, except to lament about something that could have been done better, as my colleague from the chamber has done. I get up because I want to raise something like what Senator Salas said as well. All of us can give some anecdote about meeting George Price, and I have one as well. When I was a young man, a young boy, basically in my teens, in the mornings, I can recall on more than one occasion, I would take the 6:30 bus to San Ignacio sometimes, and it would have been on a Sunday because I would go on Sunday morning sometimes, and I met the Right Honorable George Price at the time. Here on the walkway, I believe he would have been headed to church, and I would have been headed to the bus. And I met him on more than one occasion, maybe 2 or 3. On the first occasion that I met him, and I can't recall whether he was Prime Minister at the time, I really can't recall, but I remember meeting him, and you know what he was doing? He was picking up garbage from beside the walkway. And he called me and asked me my name, and he spoke to me briefly, and he asked me to help him fetch some piece of garbage which was a little bit farther away from the walkway, and I did so, and he asked me my name and so on. And so he was a very humble man and a man of service. And I think whether or not we're really doing him a service by creating a holiday, because I really don't think that the George Price that I knew, and apart from that, from meeting him and seeing him on more than one occasion picking up garbage, this man, who's the father of the nation, picking up garbage, I really don't think that he would have wanted us to all have a day in his name where we just cock up our foot and do nothing. I really don't think so. From what I've read, I've read from the book by Godfrey Smith and so on, from everything that I've read, I'm more convinced that I don't think he would have wanted that spotlight on a day for him alone, and then we take away the 12th of October, or we fail to reconfigure it so that it's celebrated for all races. So I would urge the government that we really reconsider, based on what I'm hearing here today. And I think that, and I've heard that, I heard the Minister of Public Service, I believe, was saying that, and rightfully so, that he would want, and he urged the Minister of Education, and they would speak. I think I heard it on the news or somewhere, but he would want that day to be, a day of study where we learn about George Price and we learn about the history of belief. But like what Senator Salas, I believe, has said, if we simply, and that's why I like the idea that it kind of evolved informally, where his birthday was used as a day of service in the years after his death, where we do a day of service. I'm not sure if that's when I think the workers of City Council I saw would go and clean up and that sort of thing. If we simply just do a holiday and everybody stay home and not do nothing, we are doing a disservice to his legacy, I feel. And the truth is that nobody's going to go home and study on a holiday. If we make it a day, like you can do a special day, and like what Senator Salas has rightfully said, there is provision under the Holidays Act that we can have special days. I won't get into the argument about Philip Goldson and George Price. I think enough has been said about that. But I'm just thinking about the legacy and what I believe that this man would have wanted from us. I think he would have wanted us to have a day of service in his name, and for us to give back to our country on that day, whether we pick up garbage like he was doing when I met him, or we do something to honor him aside from just cock up a foot and not do nothing.
I recognize Senator Colette Montejo.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I've listened to quite a bit of the discussion this morning as it pertains to the designation of George Price Day. And like many of my colleagues, I too had numerous experiences with the Right Honorable George Price. My first encounter with him, I was only 8 years old. And I remember riding in his Land Rover with him as he went to Cala Creek. We had to cross 2 parts of the river at that time. Drove around through San Jose all the way to Bully Tree. And the man I knew as George Price, and the man we all knew as George Price, I have to say this afternoon, he deserves every single accolade he can get. I listened to Senator Salas speaking about Service Day, And we do have a service day, Senator. The 19th day of September is commemorated as Service Day. It's not a holiday. All right? But it is Service Day, and it is annually celebrated in the September celebrations calendar. But to lose George Price in what we term as Heroes and Benefactors Day, when all of us growing up remember that as Baron Bliss Day. And on the 9th of March, as a matter of fact, it is Baron Bliss that is mainly celebrated. So, to designate his birthday, the 15th day of January, as a public and bank holiday, in honor of all that George Price did for this country, all the sacrifices he made, is the least we can do as a people. It's the least we can do as a people. Recently, I had the experience, Madam President, of visiting with a number of senior citizens in this country. And as I interviewed them at the different times I visited with them, the one question that I asked each and every one of them, what does George Price mean to you? And whenever I ask that question, Madam President, their faces lit up. If you go to Georgeville and you ask the folks there, what does George Price mean to you? You go to Toledo, you go to Oranjoa, Corozal, whatever facet or part of this country you go, people will tell you that George Price meant more than just life to them. He brought hope. Not only independence, not only political independence, but so many people received land, opportunity, improvement to their life, houses, homes. When they saw their children educated, thanks to the Right Honorable George K. Price. And that is why when this matter was discussed months ago, right, this was not just a hurry-come-up process, because George Price was not just yesterday. George Price was there from the nationalist movement. He's been there with us all the way through. He's been there for us through universal adult suffrage. He was there for us through self-government. He was there when Belmopan was constructed. He was there for independence. He's gone through the process. And now it is only fitting that as a nation, we set aside a day dedicated to George K. Price. I can remember the former Prime Minister, and I'm not a fan of his. But I might misquote him, but I'll partly quote him this afternoon, when he said, only one George Price. Never be another George Price. Never be another Prime Minister like George Price. All right? Now, Madam President, I grew up in Santa Elena town, where we have George Price Avenue and where we have George Price Highway. And it is only fitting that we have now George Price Day. I support this motion, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Bevenkow.
Thank you, Madam President. I must associate myself with what Senator Collett has said. I might be have been too young or haven't even born as yet when they were riding the Land Rover for the Right Honorable George Price, but I must say that the sentiments we get everywhere we go, especially in Toledo where I come from, and when people hear the name George Price, we hear about a humble man, a hard-working man, a man that fought for independence for us. So I must agree also when he said that there's only one George Price, and there's only one father of the nation, and he deserved a holiday to his name. And when it comes to Columbus Day, yes, we understand that Columbus might have been one of, the best sailors from Europe, and he was probably the first one to come to this area, but in reality, he did not, really, like how they said, discovered the New World. The indigenous people were already here, and as a proud Maya, I would say that, from what the Prime Minister has said in the House of Representatives, that they are reviewing this holiday, and hopefully, and I'm sure it will be renamed the Indigenous Peoples Day. And this means a lot to us as Maya people, because one, we have, given a lot to this country, and even to do in tourism, working in the tourism sector, we see a lot of people coming here to see, our archaeological sites. We give back a lot to this country, and I must thank the senator, especially Senator Fitz, who agreed to this, who said that, the Mayas should be recognized. And this is something that we really appreciate, like I said. And we also want to place on the record that we're not asking for any special rights or treatment. Rather, we seek for us to be recognized of the contributions in the sustainable management of our territories for generations. A recognition of the fact that we have been subjected.
Please keep the noise down. Thank you.
A recognition of the fact that we have been subjected to, and sometimes we continue to be subjected to the worst forms of oppression, especially through land dispossession. And so, Madam President, I'm happy to say that, as a responsible government and a caring Prime Minister, we, the Maya people, now have hope that our voices will be heard and that we will have a say in the development of this country. So, once again, thank you, and I fully support this motion.
I recognize Senator Elena Smith.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a few comments on this motion, and I'll try my best not to repeat what has already been said. In terms of holidays, we can't please everybody. The workers enjoy the holidays, the employers consider or worry about the cost to them, when there's a holiday, and we understand that. Not that we don't know what it does. But from our perspective, Madam President, we just wanted to caution that we don't want to end up politicizing holidays. So that's one general comment that we had. But we also wanted to bring to the table the fact that these holidays are important days. But a lot of times through the celebrations, we forget the educational part of these days and how meaningful these days are and what we should be doing about these days. And so for us, it's very important that we educate our people, especially our young children. And so if it is well, not if it is, today has been set already. So on Friday, when we'll be celebrating Right Honorable George Price Day, we must ensure that our students who know little or nothing, the younger ones of who our George Price is, that we take some time to educate our students, our people, and that we use the day as a day to truly commemorate what that day actually means, as opposed to just, as somebody said, put your foot up and relax. So we want to take some focus on education as we celebrate these days. In terms of the matter of October 12th, we are happy that, again, there's going to be a committee, and we wish that that would have been done prior to us coming here today, that we could have, looked at those. And I'm saying we, not because I know we would have been a part of the committee, but we as in whoever that committee would have been, that we could have looked at those. But we have, and I personally have no issue in terms of October 12th being celebrated as Indigenous Peoples Day. I am from the South. I have a mix with Maya, so I do understand, the importance of celebrating. And as we spoke this morning when I raised the matter of point 7, protect the identity and dignity, I think that in recognizing our Maya people by giving them a day, it will help us, I think, to fulfill what we spoke about and what it is that we presented this morning in terms of protecting their identity and their dignity. And so while this morning I mentioned about, we don't want to be segregated because we're all Belizeans, we don't want to lose that. I also recognize the struggle that the Maya people have gone through to be able to keep their dignity and their respect in this country. And so we believe that maybe if that day is going to be redesignated as Indigenous Peoples Day, then we believe that that would be a good thing for our people. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President. Madam President, I listened with keen interest to those, and I'm not sure whether they support the motion or they oppose the motion. Honorable Senator Perry says he opposes the motion. He opposes August 1st being Emancipation Day. Remarkable. Remarkable. He opposes the abolition of the recognition of Christopher Columbus. Amazing. He opposes the establishment of a committee to review all holidays. I expected him viscerally to oppose the George Price holiday, but I am surprised that he will oppose the others. Madam President, it is interesting to listen to the comments. Everybody has had an opportunity to speak. Everyone has taken that opportunity to speak. But yet we are told, oh, shouldn't we bring this here? Don't bring it here. We're not got nothing to say. But they had a lot to say. It is true that the Minister of Home Affairs has the power, as former Minister of National Security, Honorable Michael Perry, had designated holidays, and the current minister has designated holidays. That is a legal position. We are here not amending the Holiday Act. We are here discussing a motion. I want to put the motion very briefly, Madam President. I won't take long. In a context, because apparently people didn't read. Senator Salas said, and I quote, George Price fought for our political independence. Senator Salazar said, and I quote, this man who is the father of the nation. The motion says, whereas Belize is a free, democratic, and independent nation thanks to the sacrifice and service of many people, but more particularly the Right Honorable George Price, father of the nation. And whereas we believe that it is right and proper to honor the father of the nation, the Right Honorable George Price, by designating his birthday, the 15th day of January, as a public and bank holiday to memorialize his sacrifice and efforts in the achievement of this great nation's independence. This motion is not presented in the context of Mr. Price being a national hero. In September 2000, he was designated the first national hero. Mr. Golson is the second national hero. This motion is presented in the context of Mr. Price being the father of the nation. Let there be no doubt about it. The father of the nation. And I went and I researched it, Senator Perry. The father of, quoting now, the father of the nation is an honorific title given to a person considered the driving force behind the establishment of his or her country, state, or a nation. There is only one father of the nation, Right Honorable George Price. What we are saying, Madam President, is the following. The situation of holidays, to quote Senator Elena Smith, you cannot, not everybody will be happy. The workers enjoy the holiday, the employers say it's a cost. So we say we will set up a committee. Nobody appeared to focus on what we said, to review all holidays. But we also say that that committee, the People's United Party's position, is that one holiday that we will advocate for is for the 15th of January, the birthday of the father of the nation. Another day that we will advocate for is the 1st of August to recognize the abolition of slavery. Dia de la Raza, Indigenous Peoples Day, Garifuna Settlement Day, National Heroes Day. Everything is on the table for discussion. We are simply articulating our position on the holidays that we are going to be advocating for. Madam President, we on this side proudly present this motion, proudly believe that we have given everybody an opportunity in the House and in the Senate to express their view. We welcome their views, and the committee will be formed, and like Senator Herrera suggested, maybe there will be amendments to the Holiday Act. It is a part of deepening our democracy, and I strongly support the motion. Thank you, Madam President.
Can you quote which standing order you wish to speak from?
Yes, Madam President. I know we made light of the moment, but I know they're recorded and we need to sign. So I need to try and ask your privilege under Standing Order 33-4. A senator who has spoken and a question may again be heard to offer explanation of some material part of his speech which he alleges has been misunderstood or misrepresented. I want to state very clearly, Madam President, that despite what Senator Courtney said, I made it very clear in my presentation that I clearly did not object to Emancipation Day being a holiday, and I clearly did not object to removing Columbus Day. In jest, while seated, I made a comment to him, and he wants to enter that into the record. But for the record, it is very clear what my position is on number 2 and number 3. Yes, on number 1, I clearly object, but 2 and 3, I fully support.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for second reading.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to move the second reading of a bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of police for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2021. Madam President, the bill before the Senate it is the supplementary appropriation number 5, and it seeks to appropriate further sums of money to meet the expenditure for the last quarter of the fiscal year.
I recognize Senator Michael Perfit.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I want to preface my submission on this bill on what I said earlier on the PUP motion, or the good governance motion, as is the official title for it. And, Madam President, when I look at this bill, I am extremely shocked to see that the government is doing exactly what they crucified us for when we were in government, and what several members who were non-governmental used to cry about when we get these appropriation bills. Now, two questions I have. Because like how I contacted the Public Service Commission, who has received no such letter, and I contacted the Ministry of Finance. And the Ministry of Finance has told me that some of the estimates that are in this number 5 bill, supplemental bill, some of them have already been used and spent by virtue of special warrants, which is in the previous government we accepted as as a legal form of expenditure. But this concept was railed against by the PUP when they were in opposition. That you can't spend and then come to the National Assembly to ask the National Assembly to certify that spending. So if it is true that some of the money they're asking us to vote on now has already been spent, we want them, in the spirit of, if you look at their motion, in the recitals number 9, to insist on good and transparent governance. In the spirit of transparency, give to us and the nation how much you have spent so far since November 11th, and on what? Because we hear money is being spent to help ministers with transition teams for transition into government, what has the money been spent on? Madam President, if you look at the Ministry of Home Affairs and New Growth Industries, and from what we see here, from what I have that I got from the Senate office, is that this is the only ministry for which monies were already allocated, but more monies are being allocated. The Ministry of Home Affairs and New Growth Industries is asking for $392,790. Well, it doesn't say for what. I can imagine that maybe, I keep hearing about a recruit intake that is supposed to come in for police officers sometime soon. Is it for that? If it's for that, then we should say so, and we should explain what that money is for. The PUP said that they would be different, that they wouldn't do, that they wouldn't imitate what they repudiate, and a campaign on being different. But yet we have a bill that gives us nothing, no transparency. You look at the Ministry of Blue Economy. Why it couldn't be Red Economy? Blue Economy. 30,000 for public utilities. Operating costs, 24,400. Personal emoluments, 72,000. That's for what? No details. The Ministry of Finance and Economic Development and Investment. Economic Recovery Support, $10 million. But what is economic recovery support? Moral support? Counseling? What kind of support? For $10 million? How? Spent on what? How much? When? And how much of that has already been spent? And on what? Ministry of Health and Wellness, $15 million. Just COVID-19 medical supplies and equipment. That's it. What supplies? What equipment? $15 million that they will need between now and March. They need $15 million for 2 months. Well, like I said, Madam President, we could either support it or not support it if we knew what it's being spent on. We don't know. Hurricane Eta humanitarian assistance from the Ministry of Sustainable Development, $4,801,000. But what assistance based on Hurricane Eta? What's the assessment? What was done? How do we know there wouldn't be any overlapping between that humanitarian assistance and the COVID-19 assistance? There are no details. Just give me $15 million for the Ministry of Health and Wellness, and that's it. We don't have to tell you what you're going to spend that on. Or, if you have already spent any, we don't have to tell you what we have already spent it on, just approve it. That's not what the PUP promised, Madam President. That's not what the PUP told the Belizean public. And, Madam President, I know Senator Courtney will say, well, I'm being hypocritical. No, you would be kind of justified to say that. No problem, no problem. Well, you said you would be different. When we did this, you said this cannot work. That you would bring a new era to government. Well, it's the same thing. So you have to admit one of two things. That when you were criticizing the way we did it, we were not wrong. Or you don't do like you say you will do. One of those things you have to admit to. You pick one. Hurricane Iota, $12 million. For what? On what? We don't know. How much has already been spent? We don't know. And I have asked for the figures from the Ministry of Finance. So in that sense, Senator Courtney, Minister Courtney, I'm not being hypocritical. I used to always tell you when you're over here, ask for the information you get. When I've asked for it and I haven't received it. Furniture and equipment, blue economy. Then on the next page, Regional Malaria Elimination Initiative, 148,000. Ministry of Foreign Affairs, 52,000. Doesn't seem like a huge amount, but what for? Ministry of Education, 19,000. Ministry of Human Development, UNDP projects, 289,000. For what? Madam President, all of these expenditures could be justified. They could be legit. But we don't know. How can we say they're legit? How can we support something blindly? How can we support the Ministry of Health getting $15 million and we don't know if it will be spent on that at all? And we don't know how much has already been spent. There are just so many questions with this appropriation bill. And remember, Madam President, that this is only till March. This is only till March. It's only for 2 more months. So let's just say you have the Ministry of Health and they're saying, well, we only need to spend $5 more million before now and the end of March, the next budget. Well, then you have to explain to the Belizean people what you have spent the $10 million on, especially since, according to the Prime Minister, there was no money left in the coffers of the country. So if there is no money left, what were you spending? Where were you getting it from? You have to explain that. And if you haven't spent any money that wasn't budgeted for from last year, then how you are going to get the money? So where are you going to get $15 million from? For the Ministry of Health and Wellness, for example. You have to borrow it? Well, if you have to borrow it, we understand that. We had to borrow too. But then you criticize us for borrowing. So you can't criticize me for borrow, then you will get into government and have to borrow as well, and then feel that there's nothing wrong with that. And then the Prime Minister, when he was leader of the opposition, used to always say, why are you borrowing so much? Grow the economy. Come up with an economic plan to grow the economy. What is your plan to grow this economy? Do you have a plan? And does that plan help you with fulfilling the needs of this supplemental bill? So, Madam President, I cannot support something that I don't know the details of. It's very difficult to do so, while at the same time understanding that we need the finances to help our people during a pandemic. But this is where this so-called transparency and openness should have come to help all of us. Because if you had attached to this bill detailed explanations as to why you need this money on legitimate things that will be spent on for legitimate purposes, then we would have to support it. Because we were just there and we understand. But you used to criticize us for that, come back with the same thing with no details, and expect us to just support it. That we cannot do, Madam President. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Salas.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President. I just have very brief remarks on this bill. I will start by saying that I agree with a lot that my colleague before me said. However, I must also say that it sounded hollow, sir, because I remember under the previous administration how it frustrated us to no end when we asked and demanded and implored for more details and what the response was, and that it's in our right to be making all these calls, which, of course, speaking for myself, I made, and I will continue doing. And, you know, the new administration inherited, to put it simply, a very big mess, a huge challenge, a crisis that was exacerbated by this global pandemic that without the vaccines we won't see any end in sight. So I noted what is being asked, and it's mostly economic recovery support, COVID related, etc. And I understand that the new administration needs money to operate. But I implore the new administration to please don't follow in the steps of the previous one and provide us with more details. For example, in the Ministry of Health and Wellness under CAP 2, I found out that medical supplies and equipment meant expanded testing kits and equipment, etc. HR support, which I should, I guess, have been on the recurrent. But provide us with that kind of detail. Break it down a little more for us. Don't follow in the footsteps of the previous administration that refused to provide us with information. Did not make it easy for us. I don't look forward to the very same thing happening under this new administration. And to conclude, Mr. President, I go back to one of the sections in the good governance motion that will be approved today. And I look forward to the new administration implementing national budget planning by engaging civil society and other stakeholders. There's not a lot of time. That in itself is a tremendous effort. But we commit to engage and to support in that process because it can only benefit all of us and the country as a whole. Thank you, Mr. President.
Recognize Senator Sheena Pitts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be most brief with this one, and that is because there isn't enough for us to comment on. And I anticipate and I hope, earnestly so, that perhaps the leader of government business or even Senator Cowie can assist us in understanding the numbers and the figures. I want to point out that we must now be beyond the point of obnoxious relativism. When I say that, I mean this. We must be beyond the point where we continue to remind ourselves or even say and repeat that when the roles were reversed, this is what used to happen. As if though that is justification for us to now not complain. As if though that can overshadow the clear position that the government has brought to us here, that in keeping with good governance, there will be transparency. So I want us, and I am hoping that we can move beyond that. Because, like everybody would have said on the street, the scratch record now. We no need to hear when it happened before. We know when they say this the way we are do, so make we know do it. And if it is, we continue to remain in that state of affairs, how is that different from what the approach was when our roles were reversed? How is it different? How am I to believe and appreciate the representation that this is the way we're moving forward? I now move on, and I don't only associate myself with Senator Perfeet's position, but I want to go a little bit into detail to perhaps have us appreciate the kind of things, the kind of information that would have been helpful for us to understand why monies need to be appropriated. Because it is not my position that there is no need to appropriate money. My position is that where monies need to be appropriated, help us to understand why and how and for what. So I go to the description, and I would like to point out under the Ministry of Finance, Economic Development and Investment, there is the Economic Recovery Support. My colleague Senator Perfeet asked, how is this going to work? And something as simple as this, we can all recall that at the onset of the pandemic, at that time the government said, we are going to give persons affected either $100 or $150 that will go through the Social Security so that that could help them through the pandemic. Is that not a part of economic recovery, or is it not? I don't know. But what would help and what happened at that time, we were able to know how many persons applied versus how many persons were approved, which translated to the amount of money that was used. So what I am saying here, if we have $10 million for economic recovery support, how are we using that? Is it the same kind of idea where this is actual monies that will be given to Belizeans? We don't know. I move now to the Ministry of Health and Wellness. They're asking for $15 million. I recall, and most of us can go back to it being on record by the Minister of Health and Wellness stating that the same amount will be procured for the Ministry of Health and Wellness. And when he was charged to respond where it is coming from, you know what he said? Go and ask the Prime Minister. He needs to answer to that because not my answer to give. The Prime Minister was asked, and to this day we have no answer. What I want to know is, at that time, before this bill was presented, the origin of that $15 million, is it the same? Was that $15 million coming from a benefactor with a title beginning with A? I don't know. I'm just asking questions. Or is that $15 million at that time was envisaged to become a part of this appropriation bill that we're now asking to agree to? I don't know. If that is the case, then so be it. But what I would like to know, and what is unfair for us, is that we have seen countless media footage of the donations of equipment and supplies to the government at the onset of the pandemic, during it, and most recently. I would like to know, and it perhaps would be helpful, can we appreciate what stock we got over time versus what was left in order to justify what we need in the future? What is most important, and I find could be dubious. We need to procure medical supplies and equipment, of which it is not my position to say I will not support this bill to do just that, because we need to ensure that we have medical supplies and equipment, especially in the face of the CDC requiring us not only to test our citizens, but also to test those who may have come on our shores and are now going back. We must be able to facilitate that, so we have to access money in order to do that. But what I want to know is, where are we procuring it from, or through whom? Are we going to not appreciate that there may or may not, I don't know, I am not saying so, but there may or may not be an opportunity where, and we have been seeing companies form, companies benefiting from, to an eventual identified beneficial owner. So when we procure these things, is it the government directly procuring it with our neighbors or from afar? Is our government going to offer a contract or tender for a third party to procure these things? If so, what is the value? I don't know. And I'm not trying to be seen as imputing anything on the government. What I am repeating, and hope resoundingly so, is to elucidate that salient to these matters is that for us to be provided with information as to the particulars. We have been saying that over and over again. And might I put on record that the leader for government business has said that that will be done. He has taken it up. I appreciate that, Senator Courtney. And if I can say that I know Senator Courtney from my experiences with him, what he says he will do, he will do. So then, we are here being asked to discuss a matter at a point where we have not given Senator Courtney the opportunity to deliver on his promise. And so we have slighted ourselves in the beginning and now. And I don't expect that it will be repeated, because Senator Courtney has stated that he will undertake to change. What I'm pointing out is that despite all of this talk of good governance and transparency, I am yet to see, and I proceed. Ministry of Sustainable Development, Climate Change and Disaster Risk Management. For Hurricane Eta, the humanitarian assistance is $4.8 million. I don't know, but I ask, why is that coming under that ministry? I am not presupposing that it ought not to, but I would like to be afforded the benefit of an explanation of what it means for that $4.8 million to come from out of that ministry. What it will be used for, who it is helping. Perhaps one can say that that is self-explanatory, but not for me, not for the Belizean people, who are relying on us to ensure that what the government does is above board. Right after that, we have Ministry of Human Development, Families and Indigenous Affairs coming with, again, COVID-19 food assistance and special relief program, $9.4 million. Senator Perifete indicated that he would want to know and be able to be certain whether or not there is any overlap as between these two figures. I would go venture further to say, considering that it is COVID-19 food assistance program, and this I say very boldly, considering what was issued through the Social Security Board at the time of the pandemic, this sum is meager, because this sum is meant to relieve Belizeans. And I have said before and I repeat now, everything that we do, and if it is most urgent to come to our attention now to debate, must be to appropriate funds. It then must come with it that also urgent need for the government to assist citizens. And so, forefront of this effort should have been some sum, not $8.5 million or not 9.4, which pales in comparison to what was used before, but a sum that will tell us in relation to grocery bag. These are the numbers of successful applicants. These are what so many Belizeans will receive. But this food assistance, this is the very food assistance which I hazard, and you know it is unfortunate because one should never premise an argument on an unknown. In law, we don't ask questions if we don't already know the answers. And so I show my cards to you that this is an unknown. And why I say so, we're asking for $8.5 million for food assistance. What part of that was used before now, if any at all? And a figure must be realized, having taken into consideration the number of Belizeans that will benefit from such food assistance programs. So, I am not sure how many of us have ever seen the pantry bag before the pandemic and after the pandemic, but I have seen it. Before the pandemic, the pantry bag, in my most humble opinion, was meaningful. And then sometimes after the pandemic and leading up to the election, the content of the pantry bag expanded. And when I saw that is when I realized sometimes you don't know how much better it can be until it is better. And the pantry bag, up until the point it was discontinued and renamed grocery bag, it had every aspect of food item from all the food groups. It had reasonable provision of household items needed to live. And those things I refer, man, the thing had Clorox in there. Mind you, they're not the original brand name, Cloralex, and I've been told that Cloralex even stronger than Clorox. But it had Clorox. The average Belizean can use that to help clean and sanitize, I understand that. It now, before it changed, contained chicken, raw chicken, and not one, not guinea hen size, no lead chicken, one decent sized chicken. It contained in it also fruit and vegetables. I stopped to particularize a few items only to show that when we disband pantry bag, reintroduce grocery, we expect that the contents thereof are to match what it once was and or be better. And if it is to be better, because of course the government must outshine what was, then we fail to appreciate how only $9.4 million in total for food assistance and special relief programs can be enough. How many families? What is it? Is this? I really and truly am crippled by the inability to know exactly what these things are being used for and how it will be translated to every Belizean home that needs it. Mind you, up until this point, Belizeans are being denied access to their grocery bags. They are now having to apply anew. That is just a backdoor way of filtering out what they might want to classify as UDP supporters from the grocery assistance program. But I don't know that. And I will not stand here definitively to tell you that that is so. But what I will stand here to say is that requirements such as asking whether or not a Belizean has sewage and bathing at a house to determine their eligibility to this program is unfortunate. It is really unfortunate. It is not only the indigent that needs to access this program. It also includes persons who have lost their jobs. It also includes persons who are struggling. And so to have questions like those as prerequisite to determine whether or not you qualify is unfortunate. I will not belabor that point. I conclude that point by saying I am ready to support food assistance programs. I am also ready to see what amounts will be spent for what, and how many Belizeans will benefit from it. In the very least, let us know that, so that when all of us vote on this and we go home and we retire for the night and we put our heads on our pillows, we can sleep like a babe, knowing that our consciences are clean as members of this, that we have done our duty that will translate to every Belizean benefiting from what we have to do here. We must not leave from here and go, I will not say on the hilltops and in our mansions, because I don't live on a hilltop and I don't live on a mansion. I don't want us to leave here and not appreciate how connected we are to the average Belizean who has tasked us with the responsibility to represent their interests. I move forward to Ministry of Infrastructure, Development and Housing. As a result of Hurricane Iota, emergency roads and street repairs, $12 million. Mr. President, I'm not sure how many of us have seen in certain communities where the roads have washed away. I am not sure how many of us are aware of the extent of any street or road damage. But that would have helped us here to know what this 12 million represents. And note that $12 million is much more than the amount for the food assistance program. So, and I borrow from my cousin, Dr. Candice Fitz. I love her very much. Our love for each other has not changed regardless of where we are, but in her words, and I repeat, people can't eat street. And I'm not making joke, and I don't want that statement to be taken lightly, and I'm not playing politics here. What I want that statement to bring to fore is that in as much as we need to put emphasis on fixing the damage, we also need to put emphasis on feeding our people. So I think, in my most respectful opinion, that we spend more money per road than food, man, how serious is the government about keeping the interests of the people at heart at a time when they are struggling to feed themselves? And it is not to say that $12 million may not be necessary to repair roads and whatnot. But how many roads? What roads? Who will repair it? Right now, we must all be on the guard for whether or not any action taken to repair roads, whether it is put out to tender for contracts or not, that who comes in to do the work, that does not expose itself to be a mechanism for anything other than using all of those monies to repair the road. And that is all I will say about that. In the Ministry of Blue Economy and Civil Aviation, we have $38,000 for furniture and equipment. It may seem like a sum de minimis. And when I say de minimis, my colleagues, I mean leave it a money in comparison to the other millions. Leave it a money though it may be, at a time when we need to be focused on how we assist our citizens and very, very careful on how we spend money. I want to know, how is it that we are asking ourselves whether or not we agree to spend $38,000, $114, for furniture and equipment? Why are we doing that? What kind of furniture? What kind of equipment? Is it that that ministry hired more people and they need their own desk and chair, computer and whatnot? I don't know. Is it? And one thing that is very important we need to appreciate, and my colleague, Honorable Percy, said this, we have no sense of whether any part of this money came from or was inherited. We don't know whether or not these needs have been met. We're not really sure. And so I want to be stated on record as the last senator to stand here and say that I oppose a bill to appropriate more funds that will serve the government and the people. I want the record to reflect that, considering our current conditions, the economic climate,
what I expected to see in an appropriation bill is a focus on how we help the Belizean people in the form of whatever food assistance, in the form of allowing people to leave the remoteness of their homes and villages to come out to the central part. Those ought to have been the focus. And they are a part of this. So don't get me wrong. I am just taken by the fact that we are trying to spend money on furniture and equipment without any editorial, without any justification of why we need to spend any amount over and above what is absolutely necessary. I go to Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade and Immigration. It says there COVID-19 52,177. Now, I tread carefully when it comes to this. I anticipate my colleague Senator Courtney will disabuse us all of whatever misunderstandings or misgivings we may or may not have. And I also tread carefully to state that being the professional that Senator Courtney is, I expect that when it comes to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, that ministry in the face of the world is par excellence. That when we go there, or those personnel, public servants who are working there, they are working in an environment that does not demoralize them, in an environment that does not abuse them, in an environment that does not expose them unnecessarily to any disease of which COVID-19 is being the reason why they're being asked. But all I would like is to know, is it that this 52,177 will be used to outfit the ministry the way we are outfitted here today to ensure our safety? Is it that this money is being used to purchase equipment that will be used for the outfitting, for the preservation of the safety of that ministry? So I stop there to say, all we want, or all that we would expect, is some detail in relation to how these monies are being spent. And let me tell you, if it is in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, my esteemed colleague Senator Courtney says he needs to outfit it. I understand that he will do so exceptionally well. All we would like to know is how and for how much that justifies this aggregate sum. We all know that COVID-19 has put us in a place where we not only need to fight against it, but we also need to protect ourselves. We also need to assist those who have their hands tied behind our backs. And so anything related to COVID-19 relief, it is my position that I am not questioning whether or not it is necessary. I am only asking for you to share with us how that monies will be spent.
I am only asking, which I find is reasonable, for us to understand how is it the government came up with that aggregate sum. I go to Ministry of Education, Culture, Science and Technology. That's cut 3. And the amount there is 19,638, it being cut 3. When we get aid from third parties, that's always good. When people want to give you free money, you take it. Oftentimes when we're getting donations, it's specific and it's outlined. And in this post-COVID-19 realities, in this new millennium, where we appreciate that we must have a softer footprint in the world, even as we got prepared to come here, I was most shocked to see that we're still receiving, all of us in here, paper documents. It costs, Madam President. It truly costs. So if it is we are to adapt to post-COVID-19 realities, and we're doing everything contactless, then shouldn't we appreciate that the production of documents should be at a minimum? We need to save the trees. And that, Madam President, ties in. If it is we are receiving donations from any third-party bodies to do any of these things, training materials for production, and the like, or anything, couldn't we then become involved in saying, you're giving us $19,000 odd to produce these documents because printing means this, ink means that. And I'm simplifying it here, Madam President. If it is they are willing to give us that money, couldn't we say then, I will take the help, I will take the donation, but could you consider, instead of it to be to print physical document, that it be used for our teachers, who we all know go above and beyond when they're in the classroom to put their hands inside their own pocket to produce learning materials and resources in their classroom. So there are different ways that we can put donations to good use, especially in the post-COVID-19 reality. So that is my position in relation to any further donation that may come, that we keep in our minds, that when we receive it, we consider how more meaningful it can translate. And so, Madam President, I close by saying, the bill is one is expected. What we do not know is how much of the aggregate sum is being used in a particularized way. What we also could have benefited from knowing is a justification for that amount to be spent between now and March. With that, Madam President, I take my seat.
I recognize Senator Isabel Bennett.
Contribution to the bill. If I could ask a general question, and I think it's one that the Belizean public should be asking, what was the amount left in the contingency plan from the previous government? I ask that question because as human beings, sociable people, economic people, we are taught very young, especially I know a lot of Belizeans are, taught to save. And I could remember being in the lecture halls at the University of the West Indies. As a nurse, administrator, nurse educator, economics was the farthest thing from my mind. I remember being very focused on how to educate a student nurse so that they can become the most functional, the best nurse you could find in the world. But economics was never in my thing. And so I challenged myself to do 2 courses, macroeconomics and microeconomics. At that time, it was being presented by the then Minister of Finance in Jamaica. And he was a very profound, very passionate lecturer. And even though my mathematical skills or background was short, in the sense that I only did general maths in CXC, he was able to break down the concepts of macroeconomics and microeconomics to my level. Well, I understood, so I said it was to my level. And so I walked away from those 2 courses with a profound appreciation of economics. Speed forward now, I'm sitting in this humble house, and I've had the opportunity, based on my duties now assigned as a senator, to peruse the budgets that has been approved before. And for the first time in like at least 15 or more years, 15 years I would say, I was seeing an increase in allocation of funds to the Ministry of Health and now Health and Wellness. And I hear that donations, and I've seen that donations have been given to Belize. The only thing is those donations have dropped like 1 single drop of water in the bucket of the scarce resources that my colleagues have had to work under for the past 12 years. And so when these donations come in, it's basically just sapped up very, very fast. And so what we're seeing here now being allocated to the Ministry of Health and Wellness is nothing close to what we need to stabilize this country in this pandemic, moving forward as we're trying to empower and enable Belizeans to become more health conscious. And so last year I remember standing in the same chamber across there, and I did make the statement, and I'm sure it wasn't just my sentiments, that the name Ministry of Health needed to be changed to the Ministry of Health and Wellness. And so I have to applaud this government for having that vision, because health and wellness encapsulates everything, every means that we possibly can to empower Belizeans, not just in a physical well-being, but in different aspects of our lives. I appreciate the patience, Senator Salas, having been here, having need for details, etc. But there's one thing we must understand right now. When you were operating, and this is to the previous administration, within the normal or out of the constraints of a pandemic, we weren't afforded a lot of information. Even now, as we try to stabilize the country from 2 disasters, the disaster of the UDP, poor, failed administration, and now on top of us, a global pandemic, yet we are expected to perform as Superman and Superwoman. I am not, and maybe it's because they know that we can do it, and we will do it, as what has been reiterated by Senator Pitts. We will deliver to the people, because that is what we are about as a party. The people have spoken, and they know that we will deliver. When I think about the pantry bags, now being referred to as the grocery bags, my heart was very much disturbed. at what I came across as facts. Persons, and we keep saying it over and over when we were in opposition, please review the list. Let's understand what is happening, how our Belizean people are being impacted. And we are taking the time now to try to correct what was wrong in that process, simply because there were so many people on that list that were never ever deserving of a pantry bag. We talk about the content, we could go on and on. What we're doing now is we're refocusing our energies so that the people that deserves can really and truly get what they deserve. The government has a responsibility, and that is why we have placed Minister Dolores Garcia there with her team to be able to do exactly what the people need. I'm glad to hear, and I quote Senator Pitts, all of us can vote on it and we can go on. And yes, I understand the need for detail. That was verbatim, yeah? But as we sit here, please understand, it's not an ordinary circumstances. There need to be quick movement, efficient movement, effective movement by the government. And there is going to be accountability in every aspect, in every sphere. I thank you.
I recognize Senator Christopher Coward.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to make a few comments in connection with this bill. This supplementary appropriation number 5 bill is really a reflection of what this new administration inherited. I think that the past Prime Minister spoke of the inheritance of a poisoned chalice. Well, I think the past Prime Minister was right. But besides a poisoned chalice, there are poison pills all over this government. This new administration inherited an economic crisis. The gross domestic product, the income of this country, by the end of 2020 will have shrunk or has shrunk roughly 17%, unprecedented in generations. The debt to GDP is over 134%. Again, unprecedented. Never before has it even passed 100%. We are already approaching 150%. The debt is unsustainable. But probably most egregious is unemployment. The unemployment rate alone in the last labor force survey was roughly 30%, with an underemployment rate of 38%. That means roughly 68% of our labor force. Overall, that would put us to 130 to 140,000 members of our labor force are actually looking for work. The average number of work hours is less than the average work week. So no doubt we inherited an economic crisis and a fiscal crisis unparalleled since and even before independence. We also inherited a public health crisis. We have gone through a process and are still in that process. Prevention, containment, addressing clinical management. Never before has, or certainly at least since independence, has Belize gone through such an experience. So again, as I say, this bill is a reflection of what was inherited. So when you look at that bill and the particulars of the bill, the primary components, the primary line items speak to what is absolutely necessary. Now, what I should add is that this bill is in fact a follow-through of this administration's commitment to good governance. In 2020 alone, the past administration had its approved budget estimate of a little over $1 billion, and then it had 4 supplementary appropriations laws enacted. One for 66.9 million, another for 9.2 million, a third for 2.2 million, and a fourth for 27.3 million. None of which spoke to any particulars, any details whatsoever. No information, no particulars. But that aside, that amounts to 105 million in supplementary appropriations authorized. But in the last month of the past administration, from October into November, for some month and a half, if you will, there are over 57 million in unauthorized expenditures, not in any approved budget estimates and not in any supplementary appropriations laws. 57 million in unauthorized expenditures. No special warrants, nothing. Simply expenditures at the will of whether it's the Minister of Finance or the then Minister of Finance or Cabinet, whoever, but entirely unauthorized by the legislature. I think we can continue down that road. I'm not sure which senator referenced it, but we would want to look beyond that. We want to look forward and have a new approach, an approach that has been clamored for not only in this Senate, but beyond. So I recognize the concern over the details. What is the money being spent on? Where is the money coming from? How much has been spent? How much is left unspent? I think to start off, it's important to cite and to highlight that this administration is focused on good governance. So rather than spending money without authority whatsoever, this administration has taken that step to ensure its compliance with the Finance and Audit Reform Act and the Constitution. So expenditures, those that have actually been spent even before this bill, are authorized by special warrant, unlike that 57 million in the month before elections, and unlike the millions more before that. So there's no question of compliance with the law and the commitment to good governance. But in pursuance of the law, I think it's the Finance and Audit Reform Act in particular, there is the follow-through, that after that special warrant, that at the very next sitting, a supplementary appropriations law is tabled before the House for enactment, for confirmation of those expenditures. So that is what this bill is here. This bill here is about. It is a full reflection of this commitment to good governance, not irresponsible or reckless governance. So when we look at the bill itself, and many valid concerns have been raised today, and I hope to be able to address those concerns. The particulars, or I should even start off the draft of this bill, is an inheritance in its own right of the practice. And so I would say that respectfully, the effort going forward is to provide in the document itself more particulars. But as we are here today, I wish to provide particulars on these items. So item 1, the Ministry of Home Affairs and New Growth Industries, 396,000. I think it was Senator Perfit who speculated that it might have to do with the additional police recruits. I do confirm that that is what it is for. What was in the approved budget for fiscal year 2020-2021 is for 170 new intake, new police recruits. This increases it by 50 to 220, and so that additional 50 police recruits is what covers, is what this cost represents, $396,000. The Ministry of Blue Economy and Civil Aviation of 142,000. We all know that there was no Ministry of Blue Economy under the past administration. So in creating this new ministry, unfortunately, there is no space. There are costs associated with renting, hiring personnel to get this new ministry going. And this sum in the recurrent expenditure represents that cost. We next move into Capital 2 expenditures. On the Ministry of Finance, Economic Development and Investment, there is a supplementary appropriation proposed of 10 million. Now, we speak about spent and unspent. So before I get into particulars, I can say that on this item, there is no money yet spent. So this is for intended expenditures on economic recovery support. Now, there is a backdrop to this intended appropriation, and that's getting into the economics. The details is the economic situation, the details are the fiscal situation. I referenced the debt to GDP at over 134%. Now, you know what that means? That means over $4 billion in debt that the government currently has. Over $4 billion in debt. You know what that means? Our GDP is less than that. Maybe 3.5 billion. That's where we are. We owe more than we make. So, because of that debt, because of that ballooning debt, the government is fiscally constrained. Conventional wisdom will tell you when you have a recession, you have to take a counter-cyclical approach in fiscal policy. You have to have an expansionary fiscal policy. But because we have this skyrocketing debt, and because there was no contingency fund in place, there was no contingency plan in place under the past administration, expansionary policy is a challenge. The government of the day is severely fiscally constrained. So to go and spend on A, B, and C is not as easy as it is said, simply because we are strapped. The government is strapped fiscally. So this 10 million might be meager or paltry. I think one of the senators mentioned, but it's not that that is the sole amount that will be used to provide fiscal stimulus or to provide economic stimulus, but it represents a part of an overall plan. A plan that has to have regard to monetary policy and the banking system on a whole. How do they play a role in economic recovery? That is how we turn this economy around. We are forced to focus on monetary more so than fiscal policy, but it has to be a targeted approach. Because we have in the past focused on import promotion rather than export promotion, we have put ourselves at a disadvantage. And so all the more reason we have to have a targeted economic stimulus approach that focuses in on foreign exchange generating sectors in particular. So it is in that overall context that this economic recovery support plays a role. As small as it is, it can represent a seed capital for a larger economic stimulus package. So that is what this 10 million economic recovery support represents. The Ministry of Health and Wellness, 15 million. What is spent? What is not spent? What is spent to date is roughly 2 million of that 15 million, a little over 2 million of that 15 million. The majority of which is for testing equipment and building human resource capacity in the hospitals and clinics. The particulars of that 15 million is broken down as follows. Surveillance and testing, 6.6 million. Human resources for hospital response capacity, 4.3 million. Risk communication and community engagement, 337,000. Medical supplies and pharmaceuticals, 2 million. Equipment, 1.7 million. So all told, that comes up to that 15 million. And you could get into more and more details if you wish. For example, in the medical supplies and pharmaceuticals. We have it further broken down into D-dimer. Some of this I honestly don't even know what it means, but D-dimer, 150,000. Pharmaceuticals, 500,000. Oxygen flow meters, 29,500. Oxygen large, 240, 681,000. PPEs, 700,000. That breaks down into $2 million for medical supplies and pharmaceuticals. And we can continue on those particulars if preferred. On the Ministry of Sustainable Development, Climate Change and Disaster Risk Management, the proposed appropriation is 4.8 million, of which a little over half of that has been spent. What it has been spent on or for, it has been directed through NEMA on their request to Cabinet for humanitarian assistance arising from the floods that came about, as we all have experienced, from Hurricane Eta and Hurricane Iota. Of that 4.8 million, I expect that we would actually get some reimbursement, in part because we have made applications and for grants in the sum of two sums of 200,000 US from the CDB, which adds up to 800,000 Belize. These are grant monies, and from CABE, $500,000 US or $1 million Belize, for in both instances from both institutions for the effects and damages suffered from these hurricanes and floods. So ultimately, it will not be entirely on the government's coffers, but that these grant monies will be utilized for some of these expenditures when they do come true. The Ministry of Human Development, Families and Indigenous Peoples Affairs, 9.43 million. That is broken down into two parts, one of which is the December Special Relief Program of roughly 930,000, which is broken down into special relief for, in effect, all the constituencies. The 8.5 million is specifically for the food assistance program, and the derivation of that figure comes from an appreciation that it costs roughly 2.5 million per month to run that food assistance program. So I believe there was $1.5 million that was left over for December of last year. So to top up and make up the 2.5 million, there was $1 million there appropriated or allocated for December, and then 2.5 million per month, January, February, and March, which adds up to 8.5 million in total. Of that, 9.43, which includes the special relief program, a total of roughly 3.5 million has been spent. So the remaining amount is to be spent over the remainder of this month and the next 2 months. The Ministry of Infrastructure, Development and Housing, 12 million. Now this goes entirely to the experience of the floods, the rain and the floods, the weather-related shocks, and the extensive damage that our road infrastructure in particular has suffered. So that figure of 12 million not only encompasses that damage, but the added cost to improve the sugar roads as well. That in that 12 million, roughly 250,000, only 250,000 has yet been spent, or has been spent, with roughly 8 million in total as committed sums. So there are, most of this appropriation is not yet spent, but will likely be spent in the next couple of months. On Capital 3 expenditures, I won't get into the particulars as much as Senator Pitts did, but just to say that these figures, which in aggregate amount to $510,000, represent really grant monies from the various IFIs and other donor entities. And as Senator Pitts mentioned, these donor agencies tend to require their donations to be used in a particular way. So these figures simply represent those grant monies that would be expended in the manner and subject to the use of funds conditions of these donations. So that's, I believe, the particulars on these line items. I think, yes, I think that's the breakdown. So, thank you.
Madam President, in winding up the debate on this supplementary appropriation bill, I want first of all to compliment the Honorable Christopher Coy for his elucidation of the expenditures that have been spent and those that will be spent over the next 2.5 months. I will not allow the day to pass and for the record of this Senate to be incomplete. The fact of the matter is, Madam President, that this government proudly stands here and says that we have faithfully complied with the constitutional provisions, Section 114, Section 115 of the Constitution, and Section 5 of the Finance and Audit Reform Act with respect to these appropriations. We are not like the previous administration. The former Chief Justice of this country held in the Supreme Court that over $1 billion was spent without parliamentary approval, which is in violation of the Finance and Audit Reform Act and the Constitution. As alluded to by Senator Coy, Section 114(3) of the Constitution provides that no money is to be withdrawn from the Consolidated Revenue Fund without parliamentary approval. However, Section 115(3) recognizes that there are circumstances where expenditures will have to be made prior to approval. And it provides, and I quote with your permission, Madam President, Section 115(3) says, if in respect of any financial year, it is found, A, that the amount appropriated by the appropriation law for any purpose is insufficient, or that a need has arisen for expenditure for a purpose for which no amount has been appropriated by that law, a supplementary estimate showing the sums required or spent shall be laid before the House of Representatives, and the heads of any such expenditure shall be included in a supplementary appropriation bill. Madam President, I make 2 points. The first is the Constitution, the supreme law of the land, recognizes that there are circumstances where monies will be spent prior to appropriation, and it requires a supplementary appropriation bill to be brought. The law says a supplementary estimate showing the sums required or spent shall be laid before the House of Representatives, and the heads of expenditure not the details as demanded by fellow senators, of any such expenditure shall be included in a supplementary appropriation bill. What Senator Corey has offered, and which we are going to hope to do, because it has been the call for all of us, is to go beyond what is required by the Constitution and try to provide more details of the expenditures. So that is what we intend to do. Finally, Madam President, Section 5.3 of the Finance and Audit Reform Act provides that these expenditures that would be made prior to appropriation shall be pursuant to a special warrant issued by the Minister of Finance. However, the requirement of the Finance and Audit Reform Act is that those amounts must be brought to the National Assembly within 3 months of those expenditures. This government was elected in November. 3 months have not elapsed, and we have brought the supplementary as required by the Finance and Audit Reform Act. What Minister Cowie mentioned, and I will emphasize, is that there are $57 million spent without parliamentary approval, without special warrant. That constitutes a criminal offense. It is a violation of the Finance and Audit Reform Act. We have not yet brought it to the National Assembly because we insist that it be audited. So, Madam President and members of the Senate, in the not too distant future, there will be accountability for that $57 million that was spent without parliamentary approval and in violation of law. And the details will be brought. People want details, they will get details. I close by saying the supplementary appropriation bill before this Honorable Senate this afternoon is in strict compliance with the Constitution, strict compliance with the Finance and Audit Reform Act. And Madam President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2021 be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending 31st day of March 2021.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Public Health Act, Chapter 40 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to expand the definition of infectious disease and dangerous infectious disease, to increase the penalty for the breach of regulations, to provide for violation tickets, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam President, this is a very straightforward piece of legislation. It simply seeks to amend the Public Health Act to make COVID-19 a disease covered by the Act, to provide for the issuance of tickets for persons who violate the regulations, the statutory instruments, and also to increase the penalty for violation. So we hope that it will enjoy the support of the Senate. Madam President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Public Health Act, Chapter 40 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to expand the definition of infectious disease and dangerous infectious disease, to increase the penalty for the breach of regulations, to provide for violation tickets, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Public Health Act, Chapter 40 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to expand the definition of infectious disease and dangerous infectious disease, to increase the penalty for the breach of violation, to provide for violation tickets, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Committee of the Whole Senate on Motion and Bills. Honorable members, due to COVID, I would ask that the Speaker, along with the Leader of Government Business, maintain their seats, and we will use the microphone to work this session out. I would still ask for members in the gallery to leave and for all equipments to be turned off, except for our mics. Like what we did in the House, right?
Madam President, the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee has met and considered the good governance in Belize Motion 2021 and has agreed that it be returned to the Senate for adoption. I therefore move that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is now, therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House will 1. Pass legislation to empower the Integrity Commission by appointing professional personnel on the Commission, modify its membership, and provide adequate funding for the Commission to fulfill its important legal, auditing, and investigative functions. 2. Implement measures to ensure that the three branches of government, that is, the executive, legislative, and judiciary, function as truly complementary but independent branches envisaged in the Constitution. Establish sound systems and good practices for recruitment of judges, magistrates, and officers of the court with security of tenure. Ensure that there is increase in the budget for the judiciary to ensure that the judiciary is able to ensure that persons accused and parties in civil matters are given a fair trial within a reasonable period of time as mandated by the Constitution. 3. Take measures to reduce the discretionary ministerial powers in order to increase administrative efficiency and eliminate, where possible, political intervention. 4. Implement a national budget planning, implementing, and monitoring system to guarantee transparency of the budget by engaging civil society, local governments, and electoral divisions in the budget process, and to ensure efficient use of the national resources in the designated programs. 5. Facilitate the implementation of a government procurement process through an e-marketplace for the government, statutory bodies, and state-owned organizations based on best models used by countries in the region, and ensure that the procurement of supplies, works, and services must abide by strict rules in order to ensure fairness, competition, and transparency. These rules will ensure that suitably qualified suppliers or contractors are chosen without bias, and that the best price-quality ratio and the best price is obtained with the full transparency appropriate to the use of public funds. The Office of the Contractor General will be strengthened by the enactment of the Public Contracts Commission to ensure full compliance with established rules and procedures in each step of the process, from the call for tenders and proposals, publication, and all the procedures for establishing shortlists, evaluation, award, and signing of contracts. 6. Reconstitute the Public Accounts Committee with effective participation of social partners in the Senate so as to ensure its proper role in overseeing the sound and prudent management of public revenues and expenditures. Strengthen the capacity, allocate appropriate resources, and ensure the proper functioning of the Office of the Auditor General to conduct financial and value for money audits for public cost centers and accounts right after the conclusion of every financial year, Section 120 Belize Constitution, and enabled and operationalized effective internal auditing systems throughout all departments of government. Ensure that all hearings of PAC and parliamentary standing committees are public so as to ensure true transparency and accountability. 7. To ensure that we have fair and effective representation and participation, we shall provide for the independence of the Elections and Boundaries Commission to be free from political interference. Its chairman is to be appointed in a similar fashion as the Director of Public Prosecutions and the Auditor General, so that the Commission can be autonomous and free from government control. Implement the Constituency Development Fund to enable elected representatives to be proactive in supporting grassroots development initiatives in the country. Importantly, to amend the Constitution to provide a fixed date for elections and to introduce campaign financing legislation. 8. Reform and modernize the public service by taking steps to restore the autonomy of the public service, prevent micromanagement by political directorate, to enhance customer orientation and quality service delivery, and to provide innovative solutions to complex challenges of the day. Assist the Public Service Commission to re-establish integrity and impartiality in recruiting, training, evaluating, and disciplining processes. Revert to the appointing permanent secretaries, that is, using senior career public officers as accounting officers of all ministries. Public officers will be made to do their job without fear of favor. Punishment will be swift for incompetence and/or corruption. And penalties will be increased for acts of corruption and public authority abuses. Sorry. Introduce legislation with measures to protect whistleblowers and witnesses involved in corruption cases. We will implement e-governance where possible to increase efficiency in service and transparency. All those in favor, kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. Recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee has met and considered to designate new holidays and special days motion 2021 and has agreed that it be returned back to the Senate for adoption. I therefore move that the question be put and that it be taken as read.
Honorable members, the question is now, therefore be it resolved that the 15th day of January shall be a public and bank holiday in honor of the late Right Honorable George Price, the father of the nation, and be celebrated as George Price Day. The first day of August shall be a public and bank holiday to mark the importance of emancipation of the slaves in Belize and be celebrated as Emancipation Day. And 3, the 12th of October shall no longer be celebrated as Columbus Day and is to be redesignated by a committee to be formed to review the same and all holidays. All those in favor, kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against, kindly say no.
Madam President, if I may, I would like your permission to vote on them separately. Because I do vote aye for 2 and 3, and I vote no for 1.
This is a motion and no amendment was called for in the committee. It was reported back without amendment, and it is a single motion that has been presented to the Senate, not 3 separate motions.
I repeat then, all those in favor, kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Reporting and third reading of bills.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole Senate has considered the General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation 2020-2021, number 5, Bill 2021, and pass it without amendment. And I move that the bill be read a third time.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2021 be read a third time. All those in favor, kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending the 31st day of March 2021.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole Senate has considered the Public Health Amendment Bill 2021 and passed it without amendment. I now move that the bill be read a third time.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the bill for an act to amend the Public Health Act, Chapter 40 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to expand the definition of infectious disease and dangerous infectious disease, to increase the penalty for the breach of regulations, to provide for violation tickets, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Public Health Act, Chapter 40 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to expand the definition of infectious disease and dangerous infectious disease, to increase the penalty for the breach of regulations, to provide for violation tickets, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn.
Honorable members, the question is that the Senate do now adjourn. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The Senate now stands adjourned.